Can you hear us?
Yep, you're good.
Right, period. I am. Can you move that over here? Almost or just on this corner?
I'll master this one.
Move it a little bit more down, so. Sounds like you just put out your hand a little farther now. All right. This meeting is being called to order at 6:52 p.m. in the Flying Room A by Internal Vice President Pinto, myself. Before we begin, we call for students to acknowledge that the lands at the University of California locations were built to, let me start with this. Before we begin, we call for students to acknowledge that the lands at the University of California locations were built upon, were expropriated, and founded upon exclusions and erasures of indigenous peoples' human rights throughout California. UCSB is built on Chumash land, specifically that of the non-federally recognized Barbarenga tribe. As an association that pushes the student body's voices to the forefront, we should aim to make strides past just acknowledgement to those who continue to fight for their right to be recognized and respected as the original stewards of this land. I ask you all to dedicate time and care to personal education and to advocate for justice alongside Indigenous people. Okay, thanks. Oh, now moving into roll call. Senator Gerson? Present. Senator Butler? Senator Lankarani?
Present.
Senator Iden? Senator Lala?
Present.
Senator Kada?
Present.
Senator Suk?
Present.
Senator Corlew? Senator Corsandi?
Present.
Senator Yu?
Present.
Senator McClintock?
Present.
Senator Martinez?
Present.
Senator Wang?
Present.
Senator Habas?
Present.
Senator Bernderson?
Present.
Senator Wahidullah? Senator Amin?
Present.
Senator Siddiqui?
Present.
Senator Al-Khatib?
Present.
Senator Ganesh?
Present.
Senator Singh? Senator Olawalaitan? Senator Mahis?
Here.
Mahis? Okay, Mahis. Senator Chaudhry? Senator Dali?
Present.
Senator Valenzuela?
Present.
All right, period. Now moving into excused absences. Senator White?
Motion to add the excused absence of Senator Lily Habas at 8:30 p.m. on the agenda.
There's been a motion to add the. I'm sorry, is the senator leaving after a certain time? 8:30, okay. There has been a motion to excuse Senator Habas's presence after 8:30. Is there a second? Senator Kada?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kada. We are now in discussion. Senator Wydula?
All the questions?
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. Thank you. Senator Wydula?
I motion to add to the agenda to excuse Senator Ola Olaitan for the entirety of the meeting.
All right, there's been a motion to add, huh? What do you mean?
They were really sick after traveling, maybe just flew back today, so.
Okay, period. There's been a motion to add the excuse for Senator Olaitan's presence. Do we have a second? Sorry, I said that really crazy. Senator Kada?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kada. We are now in discussion. Senator Wayne? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. They are now added onto the agenda. Senator Wahidullah?
I motion to add to the agenda to excuse Senator Valenzuela at 9:30.
There's been a motion to add to the agenda, to excuse Senator White Valenzuela's absence after
9:30.
9:30. Do we have a second? Senator Kada?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kada. We are now in discussion. Senator White?
Other question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. It is now added onto the agenda. Senator Corsandi?
Motion to excuse Senator Gerson at 9:30.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Gerson at 9:30. Do we have a second? Senator Amin?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Amin. We are now in discussion. Senator Lala?
Call question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Martinez?
Senator Butler until 7:30 p.m.
There's been a motion to excuse. There's been a motion to excuse Senator Butler after 7:30 p.m. Well, before 7:30 p.m. Do we have a second, Senator Kada?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Kada. We are now in discussion. Senator Ganesh? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing none, motion passes. Senator Gerson?
Motion to excuse Senator.
10:30? Is that what you said, 10:30? Okay. There's been a motion to excuse Senator Lala after 10:30 PM. Do we have a second, Senator Amin? Seconded by Senator Amin. We are now in discussion. Senator Valenzuela? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. Senator Khatib?
Motion to excuse Senator Singh at 9:15.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Singh at 9:15. Do we have a second? Should we just call, like, end the meeting? Because I feel like that's so many people. All right, I'm sorry. We're still in the middle of the motion. Do we have a second? Senator Soup? Seconded by Senator Soup. We are now in discussion. Senator Mead? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Pick it up
Seeing
there.
none, motion
Still no.
passes. Senator Gannett? There's been a motion to bundle and excuse all absences. Do we have a second, Senator Gerson? Seconded by Senator Gerson. We are now in discussion. Senator Wang?
Public question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. Let's move on. Now moving into acceptance of proxies. Considering no proxies have been sent to me beforehand, we can just like move on. All right, let's move into. All right, let's just go straight into public forum. Senator Daly, can you grab me the public forum list, please? Huh?
You want the pen too? I can grab it.
I mean, a pen is a good snack sometimes. Alright, hold on. First on the public forum list is. Oh, a lot of you know. First on the public forum list is Jake. How? How do you say your last name, babe? Toomey, okay. Cool. Yeah. All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation of a senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes and you'll be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it'll be graphic. You may only come up once and may choose to not answer questions. Do you agree?
Hey, may I request an additional minute? Is that still a thing?
Would anyone like to motion for that? Senator Wadula?
Motion to add to secret minutes,
2 minutes. is fine.
2 minutes.
All right, there's been a motion to extend the speaker's time by 2 minutes. Do we have a second, Senator Lala? Seconded by Senator Lala. We are now in discussion. Senator Melhis? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. You now have 4.5 minutes. Go ahead.
Awesome. Hey, everybody, it's Jake from CalPERG. It's great to be back. If you guys don't know me, I'm the statewide board chair of CalPERG Students, which is the student-run, student-funded statewide actors group here at UCSB. And I wanted to give you guys some quick updates on some of the stuff that we've been working on this past week. And then I'll let you guys know about some really awesome opportunities for you guys to get involved, which I think is really exciting. But first of all, we finished up this quarter's Canvas food drive. We went around IB collecting clothing, canned goods, and we got hundreds and hundreds of items. It was really successful, and we're going to be donating them both to local AS stuff and then also community shelters for homeless people. Next week, put this on your radar. We are having a screening of the Lorax in our campaign to help protect the nation's old growth forests. We're gonna have a Lorax lookalike competition, and there's gonna be a lot of opportunities to get involved and show your elected officials that it's actually bad to be cutting down our oldest trees. Who would have thought?
Right.
We're also gonna be working, and this one is really cool. We're gonna be representing students from UCSB at the Board of Supervisors meeting. Well, they'll be just sort of talking about the future of the Sable pipeline. Now, if you guys don't know, this pipeline burst in 2015 and they're trying to restart it. And so it's really important that we show this Exxon-backed group that we don't want a pipeline running through Santa Barbara, which is definitely gonna spill again if they let it go through. So that one's happening on the 25th. So yeah, if you guys have a car, make sure to come to that. It's really great to have as many students there as possible. And then we also gave comment to the Fish and Game Commission, which is deciding the future of California's coastal oceans. We lost 95% of our kelp forests in the last 10 years. So we need to make sure that the Newsom administration does the right thing and protects the ocean spaces that we have left. So that's sort of some of the stuff that we've been working on this week. But some stuff that I think is really important for you guys to listen to, now this stuff's important, is one, we're gonna be starting, you guys should be expecting an email very soon about our Make Polluters Pay campaign. I know Johnny spoke about this a little bit last week, but essentially we need to hold fossil fuel companies accountable for all the pollution that they've caused. We saw with the LA fires how devastating it is when the effects of climate change go unchecked. So we're working to establish the Climate Super Fund, which takes money from those fossil fuel companies to pay for these climate disasters. So we're gonna try to pass a resolution through AS with your guys' support soon. So keep that on your radar. We'd love to look for, somebody to introduce the resolution as well as, love if you guys could co-author the bill. I think it'd be awesome. And then the very last thing, this one should be in all of your guys' inboxes right now, if I didn't mess up the email. But we're working to expand the Open Textbooks Pilot Program, which is a national program to pay for textbooks that are not going through publishers, but actually just go through schools and faculty. Right now, 5 publishing houses control 80% of the textbook market. That's why your textbooks are so expensive. We need a state-funded alternative, and that's what this is. So far, it's already projected to save students $250 million, even though it was only funded for $7 million last year. So this program pays dividends, and under the Trump administration, we just need to show that there's a ton of support from student leaders across the country. So that sign-on letter should only take you guys 2 minutes. You can do it right now, and it should be in all of your emails. Is it? All right, I guess. Yeah, cool, awesome. Well, that's everything I had. I know that was like 6 things, so feel free to ask any questions, but yeah, that's my key.
Do you have any questions, comments, concerns? Senator Dolly?
Can you expand, I guess, on the pipeline thing a little bit more? Like, why do they want to rebuild it?
Yeah, so basically Exxon, I think Johnny could probably give a little more detail if you want to ask me later, but basically Exxon paid for this pipeline. It was running, as smooth as the pipeline can go for a long time. But then in 2015, there was a really awful spill, like millions of gallons of oil right into the Santa Barbara Coast. They shut off the pipelines. And so there was sort of like a huge PR disaster for Exxon, and so they were kind of embarrassed about it. But what they decided to do now is there's this company in Texas that they basically started, they gave a bunch of money. And so they're pretending that this is like a different company. And so they're like, what, this is, guys, we're not messing with this pipeline, this is other company, Sable. So Sable's trying to restart the pipeline. I mean, it's really awful because even with the spills, they still make money from having this fossil fuel infrastructure in place. So like they did an early environmental impact report that said it would leak every year with a major spill every 4 years, which is really awful, but right, they make profit. So they're going to try and work on it as far as they can. I think Exxon invested like what, 700 million in the project so far? Yeah.
Senator Gerson?
Is there like an alternative that you're looking for, that you're kind of saying, like, do this better, or you just want to
For the pipeline? Well, I think the major alternative would just be, use clean energy. I think honestly, the more that we can cut off offshore oil drilling, the better. It's not good for, our entire coast and, the environment in general. So yeah, I guess we don't really have, we're not proposing a different way to move that oil. We wanted to stay in the ground.
Any further questions? No? Thank you so much, Shay.
Yeah.
All right, next on our list is Eddie Gianni Barajas. Hello. All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation of the senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes, then you'll be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not, and please include a content warning if it'll be graphic. You may only come up once and may choose to answer questions. Do you agree? All right, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Hi, my name is Eddie Barajas, my pronouns are he, him, and I'm working on a project right now with the university, in particular Alex Braga, if you're familiar with him. If not, he's the chief marketing officer of the university. Our goal is to implement campus banners around campus, so like on the light poles, there's a couple right now, like just scattered around. What we're trying to do is implement some more, particularly around the core of campus, so on the arbor, the chem lawn, also like that walk from Santa Rosa to like the backside of the ILP, that kind of thing. The reason why I'm here talking to you guys is one thing we're running into is just some funding issues from the university. And I know the Senate has access to some funds or knows different ways that we could get funding for something like this to happen. We're kind of really far along in the process. I just emailed over to there's a Pinto.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just emailed you my proposal. I've also been working with the AS president about this, so she's met with me, and we just met the other day to talk about this, and she recommended me to talk to you guys about it.
okay. I'm looking for your email. Can you just clarify like what?
Should be like banner project, or if you type in my name, Eddie Barajas.
I didn't get that. But I would like if you could forward it to me again.
I'll do that. Is there a particular email I should send that to?
Internal, AS dash internal VP.
Okay.
at
I think I sent it to
UCSB.
your personal one.
Oh, yeah, I don't look at that. Do you have any questions? Oh, yeah, Senator Dahl.
Sorry if I missed this, thank you for coming up, by the way, but banners for what? Like just the university?
Yeah, just general university. If anyone's from like LA area, like UCLA has a banner on every single light post on campus. So our goal would to be put up like some UCSB versions of that. I've also have one made to kind of show off the ILP, like the ILP won #1 building of the year last year. So putting up some ILP banners around the ILP was something about it. But generally UCSB, it's not organization affiliated, it's just UCSB.
Alright. Senator Bredesen?
Yeah, thanks for coming. If you send it to senate@as.ucsb, it'll go to all of us. Also, I was wondering what are like the circumstances of the funding issues, especially because your boss is like works for UCSB, so what is exactly, how are you running out of money?
I guess they have a certain marketing fund and budget every year. And I mean, I think the scale of the project for something like this is just not really allocated already there. So I was just more curious to seeing if you guys have any resources for that.
Right. Senator Amin?
Almost done. Is it?
Okay, so
Okay. Okay, so what exactly do you want from us? Are you asking for funding specifically, is there a number that you want to ask us that we can improve, what specifically are you asking about?
yeah, no, that's a good question. Yeah, I think there are multiple ways of going about it. I know one thing that Elliot had brought up is maybe working with one of you guys if you were interested in the project and kind of navigating that. Meeting with Alex. This project, I'm hoping shouldn't take too long, and I'm hoping could get done maybe by like week 3 or week 4 with the full implementation of next quarter. Funding wise, if if I just kind of get forwarded like some ways or to do the proper proposals kind of thing. Unfortunately, we don't exactly have an exact number on the banner amount. And that's something that we're just running into. We would need to kind of identify a specific number of poles, and then from there, we have a company out of Carpinteria who's coming out sometime soon to, see exactly like to get a proper quote on that. But does that answer your question, or do you?
Do you have a follow-up, Senator Amin? Senator Amin?
Okay, so if you email all of us, I'm getting what Senator, what the other senators are saying about it. So if you email all of us, and if there are a few of us who respond, if we're interested.
Yeah.
And then the next time that you come in, give us a specific number, and we can do a few days. And I'll tell you more forward.
Is there a way to find out?
Alright, that's time. Do we want to extend the speaker's time? Senator Ryden?
Motion to extend the questioning for 5 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend questioning for 5 minutes. Do we have a second, Senator Lala?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lala. We are now discussing Senator Chowdhury. This question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Sorry.
All right, seeing none, you have now 5 more minutes.
Oh, I mean, just email. Did you have anything else for me? All right, thank you.
Oh, Senator Iden.
Because we were looking at another on-campus like improvement project, and we were seeing, we do have a fund, I think we could use IVTU, according to Michael. We can look into that, but if you get us like the ballpark range, that'd be great. You could probably go to F&B, I think would be a good spot for this. And the other thing I was curious if you'd be open to discussing with your team about a agreement. If we give you the funding, we can get some associated student banners, because that's like another thing that's lacking on campus.
Yeah, actually, one goal I had in mind, maybe this might be kind of later down the line, is like to have them rotate every year and maybe have students participate in that. I also think getting like RCO specific banners on each pole would be something that'd be really cool. I guess I sometimes feel like it's hard to find out about organizations and clubs around campus, and I think if every banner had a specific RCO, that'd be a really great way to cultivate on-campus engagement. I think doing some AS ones, especially around the Houston area and Stork Tower, and that area is something that I think is definitely a possibility.
Senator Iden.
And then some other parts of the association are doing some like campus improvements, so like lights on Stork Tower and like the light tunnel. If you guys are interested in potentially collaborating on those, because it's hard with like campus partners, because we're kind of directly going through facilities management. But do you have like an email I could put down to reach out to you about those?
Yeah, I'm working on this project by myself, so
Okay.
just me. It's Eddie Barajas at UCSB.edu. And that's Eddie EDDI. Yeah, that's another thing to mention is just I am working on this by myself, and it does require a lot of time. And so getting help from one of you guys would really help me along with that. I also do a couple of other projects as well. So any help is very much appreciated.
All right, Senator Singh.
Thank you. First off, thank you for coming. I did miss most, not all of your presentations. You're requesting money for banners, is that right?
Well, I guess today I'm not talking about a specific amount. It's just more of inquiring about the process of doing that and kind of being able to get a ballpark number for that, just because I guess I didn't want to come in after like $3 million, right? Or just, right? I didn't know where the kind of ranges are and how much can be contributed there, and then maybe some collaboration or just seeing if you guys have any better suggestions.
Yes, Senator Singh.
Technically that would come on, are you requesting money as like a campus department or like an RCO? Or will this be?
It'd be campus department.
I guess I don't specifically know, and that's the thing, just because I'm working on this by myself. I mean, I've been working with Alex Praga, who's the chief marketing officer of the school, but that's not, I don't know kind of the way that you would navigate that.
I guess technically would be department. Senator Singh.
Just remember, these bridges over 1,500 requires 3 different vendors. And all those banners posted by either the F&B logo or the AS logo on there. You might have to store those banners with AS in our own inventory, and we might have to get that checked out every time you want to use it too.
Sorry, these banners would be like on the light poles, like just generally.
It's a regental policy.
Oh, no, I was just being like, I was confused on the story part of that.
So are we there?
Yeah, it's just that any purchase of inventory like that or equipment like that needs to be stored with AS. We might have to get that get it approved by us every time we use it. So we might do that, and it is a new thing that we are implementing. Okay, so just keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Yeah, Senator Zandi.
Wait, this is a question for Senator Singh. If they're up all the time, what is the storage thing? If they're just up? How are they gonna be stored?
Right, Senator Singh.
Honestly, I'm just so confused.
No, so.
To have to speak with admin, to have to get a lot of knowledge of this. It's a new thing that we're implementing. We do have to follow UC policy. And technically, this would be equipment, and our equipment has to be like accounted for. But yeah, it's just something we'll have to figure out down the line.
Thank you.
All right, we're at time, but I also wanted to urge that you speak to our Senate Media Coordinator, Xavier John, who's been trying to get in touch with the office about more promotional material for AS, more collaboration. So maybe that'd be a great starting point. All right, thank you so much for speaking.
Thank you.
Yeah. 7:17. All right, next on our public forum list is Enri Lala.
Do that.
We can come as students.
I need you all to know that
Well, I put myself up there.
all I got left.
I think I see the announcements.
Oh my God.
You have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate reference for mailing. Speculation of a senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes and you'll be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue that's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning for the graphic. You may only come up on stage to answer questions. Do you agree?
Yes.
Period.
Okay, I promise I wouldn't be coming up here when there's so many other people not in Senate here to speak, but it is important. As you may know, we have a winter special election currently going on. And frankly, it's not going anywhere near as smoothly as we need it to be if we want to reach the 20% mark. We had under 100 votes in by Tuesday, so 2 full days. That's not great at math, but it's something like 1/10 of the process. We're supposed to be at 5,000 votes, something around 5,000. We were under 100 in 1/10 of that time. By early today, we were in the mid hundreds. So the email that elections board sent out had to contain the declaration of candidacy for spring, and it needed to be tucked into the bottom. So students who might have seen that email might not have seen that we have a winter special election going on. With the outreach committee, we are working on an email to improve that. So one that simply focuses on the special election. We're tabling every day, but I would say that this is all of our responsibility. So we got 20% when we were all campaigning, but at the end of the day, we were only responsible for our own candidacy. This is all of our collective responsibility. There's no reason that we shouldn't hit 20% of this. So we want you all on the outreach committee to join us in tabling and all the rest of it, but please use your platforms, reach out to friends. We don't have to take up the time here, but any ideas that you guys have about how we can hit that 20% mark, you all have my email, you all have my contact. I'm willing to listen to all of you, but we have to make this happen. Like, this is a duty that falls on all of us, not just outreach. That's all.
All right, will you be taking questions? All right, do you have questions? Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, thanks for speaking. I'm just wondering, do you have any like specific suggestions to mention to people besides just signing up for outreach committee tablings? I know those thoughts are cool. I know people talked about class wraps before. I was just wondering if you had anything specific.
Absolutely. I mean, you've all campaigned. It's the same thing. It just has it takes away the potentially negative element of you're self-promoting because you're not. So speak to any classes that you're in, speak in sections that you're in. You know, TAs and teachers are completely okay with that usually. Send them to every group chat that you're in. I mean, you guys are all here for a reason. You're pretty good campaigners. So I'm not here to teach you how to do it. I'm just here to urge you to please do the same thing that was done to get you here. To make sure that students, it would not be okay for this election to not be invalid. It would be a failure on all of you. So, yeah.
Thanks, Emily. Senator Sandy?
Okay, what do you guys think about this idea? Basically, I'm taking an online SBC class and we got extra credit if we submitted proof that we voted. Do you think teachers would do that? Like, they would give like 1 point of extra credit, like, doesn't matter what we voted on, but like that we even voted, like, we could tell them, like, submit a screenshot of like the bumper cars. If you voted, you would know there were bumper cars at the end.
I think so. I mean, it probably depends on the professor. If you're a mechanical engineer, he probably doesn't care all that much. But if it's a poli-sci class, then I think anything related to that, I think you should at least try it.
So, sorry.
Civic engagement, Senator Sundays.
Okay, so if the outreach committee is cooking up an email, have them send it to me. So I can share it with the global studies department, history department, politics department,
Brilliant.
and then I can have them see if they do extra questions.
That's good.
I would also urge if y'all are in RCOs, this still concerns them, right? Like RCOs come to us for funding and support all the time. We work consistently with organizations on and off campus. I would definitely urge sending all of this to them as well and seeing if a broader message could be sent. Yeah. Any further questions? Anybody on Zoom? All right, who did?
Oh, wait. Lily has a question.
Lily has a question? Go ahead, Lily.
Hi. Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. This is a little materialistic, but remember when one of the committees had that survey and it was like if you do the survey, you enter to get like a $50 gift card or something? Like what if we're having trouble reaching the threshold, maybe we could give a little incentive or something?
Yeah, that was us. That was outreach committee, but.
Okay. Good job, guys.
There is, also, we'll talk about that later on in the quarter, but that was a success story. We got hundreds of responses to that. So that absolutely worked, but there's a difference between, incentivizing people to respond to a survey and to vote. Like, I don't know if this is just my Eastern European brain, but that sounds like vote buying, it's kind of.
Yeah, it could be illegal, possibly.
Yeah, it definitely violates the spirit of the law. Dan, do you think there's maybe whoever would be able to respond? Is that in explicit violation of legal government?
I don't think so, but Senator Siddiqui?
I would have to double check elections code. I'm 90% sure it is, because I think there's specific guidelines around like giving out food. And then also like material reimbursements. I think it applies to any election, like whether it's a constitutional amendment or fee or candidacy.
Yeah,
I thought it only applied to
thanks,
candidates.
but probably can't.
All right, we will double check on that. Senator Chaudhry?
Ask like other departments or normal RAs, like send out the final.
Good idea.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All of the above. If you're thinking of a method of outreach,
Do it.
unless it's
Bribery.
unless it gets you in trouble, something, do it. And I think those of you who are freshmen, the process I was telling you about of getting something stamped to RHA and putting flyers around the residence halls, I really think you should pursue that here, because I know I was looking at that all the time. That's pretty effective campaign. Yeah, the residence halls are huge. Though.
All right, that's time.
Love it. Thank you guys.
Next on our public forum list is Mingjun Dong. You have 2.5 minutes to speak and 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Speculation of a senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes and you'll be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include content warning if it'll be graphic and you only come up once and may choose to answer questions. Do you agree?
I agree. I have 3 more minutes, but 5 minutes, please.
All right. Does anyone want a motion 3 more minutes to speaker's time? Sarmin?
Yeah, motion to add 3 minutes to the speaker's time.
There's been a motion on 3 minutes to speaker's time. Senator Siddiqui?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Siddiqui. We are now in discussion. Senator Chaudhry? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? You have 3 more minutes. Yay.
Thank you. Thanks. I have a question for Senate and the audience member as well.
Oh.
Will you please raise your hand if you are an international student? Right. 3 of us in a room full of people. According to school statistics, international students consist of 13% of all undergraduate students, which means about 1 in 7 students is an international student. In an ideal world, we are here to bring our unique perspective, our experience, and our perspective into the school, and we can have a commingle of different culture and just exchange of our difference. The problem is, we are practically invincible within the space of AS. I'm actually surprised that there are 3 international students here, because I go to a lot of AS events and school events as well. And let me tell you, I'm always the only international student there. The problem is that the language barrier, the culture barrier, and just the fact of moving from your home across a whole ocean to a land you barely recognize or never been to before your college like myself. It's very challenging. Global Cultural Commission is a bridge between domestic students and international students. We have hosted a wide range, well, not us, but it has hosted a wide range of events. For instance, GC Welcome Package, Thanksgiving Meal Voucher, the Global Mentorship Program. All those programs are open to all students on equal basis. However, what it does is bring international students and domestic students together. It creates an environment, it creates a community that all can share in it. That brings why I'm here tonight. I'm here to speak as an international student myself in support of a resolution to increase the locking fee of the Global Cultural Commission. I understand that we are in a set-down process. However, let me assure you, all the program, all the initiatives run by the Global Cultural Commission are, as a matter of fact, service oriented. All it does is create service. For instance, the GDC Welcome Package, by working directly with the factory and international shipping company, we're able to get everything, whole 500 package for about $5,000 with great amenity within it. Having orders through Amazon or other electronic platform, it will cost around $18,000. The point is, and we also have a good breakdown which Senator Yu has sent in her email about the legislation. So we have a good plan of the money that we are going to use it for. We have good service, but one thing we lack is enough funding. We have considered sought funding internally from AS. However, as you all know, AS is $1.5 million in deficit this year. That's simply not money. So I came here humbly as beyond part of bringing that choice, that question to the student body, and let them decide what if you grant us the funding or not. It has been a long way for international students' recognition in USSB. The position of international senator was established around 7 years ago. And about 5 years ago, the Global Cultural Commission was established. In last year's spring general election, student body voted to approve the first ever locking fee for the Global Cultural Commission. We have come a long way, and that locking fee increase will be the final step for that journey. And you all, 75th Senate, will be remembered as the Senate who helped us through it. You will forever have our grateful and appreciation. Also, everything not spent by GDC will be returned to Senate for general assessment. So no rollover whatsoever. Okay, thank you for your attention and opportunity questions.
Good. Present? Siddiqui?
Yeah, just a quick question, about the rollover, like, how would you plan on writing that into bylaws? Like, any of the rollover not spent would go into Senate unallocated?
No,
Thank you.
you're no longer a senator.
So, because of the locking language, the usage of some has to satisfy the locking language itself. Because legally speaking, it's a contract between students and AS. So the way we're going to achieve that is by directly amend the locking language. I believe at the later part of the new locking free language, there is a line that's saying all the money not consumed by the Global Cultural Commission will be returned to Senate's unallocated account for general assignment. That's a personal opinion, but the Senate may consider adding that as a locking fee, because the problem the Senate have historically facing is the uneven distribution of rollovers. So that's my 2 cents.
Period. Sarah,
Two things. I'd want to hear more about the mentorship program really briefly, and then the other thing is just in terms of the funding. Because I kind of assume we're gonna have other BCUs come to us with requests similar to this, maybe not. I kind of like wait till we have like all the ones that we think are, we have to decide on towards the end, instead of like passing one and then, going down the line. Like also like just with budget deliberations coming up, we could kind of go from there too, on how you guys are feeling on your funding. But that's about it. But like, I want to know what the mentorship program is.
Yeah, because the global mentorship program reached out, it's reconnect international students and domestic students. So old students connect up with new students. They will meet privately. All the mentors will be trained by Global Cultural Commission and I believe by Health and Wellness, since that's the collaboration with them. So they will meet privately. The new student will bring any questions and discuss it have with old students. And yeah, basically it's mentorship program. And as someone who's been through similar program in my first year, it's extremely helpful for new students, especially considering international students' unique challenge about visa, about housing, and a whole range of other issues. And such a question, I do agree the Senate should take a holistic approach in regarding to long-term fee increase. However, the reason the commission have brought such requests at this meeting is that all the long-term fee increase are establishment have a deadline of the end of the winter quarter. So Senate cannot pass anything after the winter quarter end. And so we are trying to bring here and introduce it and listen to your feedback and amend it if necessary.
We're out of time, so we have to motion to extend the speaker's time. Esther Vidal.
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 3 minutes, or questioning time by 3 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend the speaker's time by 3 minutes. Do we have a second, Senator Yu? Second. Seconded by Senator Yu, we're now discussion. Senator Me? Questions will call, do you have any questions? Senator Me?
Hi, first of all, we miss you. Thanks for coming to talk to us. For the most part, I really am against login fees for students, especially when they're on the list to like go to FMU and just like request money or come to us and ask for money. Is there a specific reason that you want it to be a login fee and not just coming and requesting money?
Yeah, because first of all, I miss you as well. And yes, there's a good reason for it. Because it's FMP, which I assume you are mentioning the sale account. And the thing that I'm allocated, they are general account. So they have a lot of money in it. But historically speaking, sale accounts had been running out of money as early as at the middle of the quarter. Essentially, we do not want to compete with clouds for funding, not because we are not a worthy opponent, because as an NS entity, we have more experience, we have more familiarity with the process, and it will not be fair for us to compete with other clubs for funding. And the reason why I'm requesting a login is to have a steady stream of revenue that is independent, that will not take away from other parts of AS, which are also not enough funded. I guess my final reason is that the part of our funding, about 1/3 of them, is now going to our own event, that's the event of international students as sales. Of course, you can always ask for money from FMB. It's just challenge for them. I can list a few of the events we have funded in this year. For starter, the Supernova singing contest. There are about 300 students who, as audience member, attend the contest at the Campbell Hall. And then there are 3 festival gala in Campbell Hall, about 500 students. And you can have a lot of more events and direction will be using our money towards adding reports for outstanding visual. But thank you for the question. It's a good question, and I'm glad for the opportunity.
Period. So are you?
First of all, I want to say thank you so much, Eugene, for speaking today. As the international senator, you and Senator Ganesh tried to like a bigger impact for international students on campus. And then like almost every week we have our GGC meetings, and then we all try to present and be just kind of like to support the international community. And just to build on the events that we did, not only the Supernova, like the CSSA Spring Festival, we also found NSU, as well as for example, even like VSA sometime. And we also have been doing the midterm boost station as well as final boost station for like almost like a year. This is like a brand new, I would say a meaningful event. And for this coming final, we're also gonna be doing like a more
Point of order.
influential one.
Sorry, is there a question?
No, just kidding.
We're in question.
Yeah, we're in questions.
Sorry. Okay, keep going.
Well, we're at time.
Oh, should I finish? Oh, I was just gonna say this.
Does anyone have further questions? All right, we're at time, so we would need to motion extend speaker's time. Senator Siddiqui.
Motion to extend the speaker's time by 2 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend the speaker's time by 2 minutes. We have a second, Senator Chaudhary. Second by Senator Chaudhary, we're now in discussion, so right or left. Question has been called. Do we have any questions? All right, you have 2 more minutes. Oh, she wasn't asking a question. Senator Siddiqui?
I was gonna suggest under you, would you be fine just repeating the same comment in discussion? Thank you.
Okay, Deputy?
Do you know how much the lock-in fee would be potentially?
Yes, so also long fee are subject to surcharge that being imposed by us by this rule. So normally for every dollar we charge the student, about 60% will go to the BCO who requested. So in our calculation, the total revenue the city will receive from the lodging fee will be about at least $120,000 per fiscal year.
Thank you.
I think the question was, how much would each individual student pay into the lock-in?
Yes, so individual student will pay $2.49 in regular quarter and 99 cents in summer quarter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Which resolution?
The 10 pieces.
Do you have any further questions? Anyone on Zoom? Seems like that's it. Thank you so much, Ms. John. All right. Next on our list is Osenu John. All right. You have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate. We're afraid from yelling. Speculation of a senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes and you'll be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue that is on the agenda or not. Please include a comment or warning for the graphic. You may only come up once and may choose to answer questions. Do you agree? Okay, period.
So with the winter special elections happening, I've been working with Henry to get this out. I agree with him that this is like all of our duties, not just ours, and also election boards. So we've been working with Spirit Media Unit to get these videos out. We got 4 videos done with Henry. So it was fun. We have one that, so one will be introducing him and the winter election. And then that should be sent out to UCSB Live. We'll have 15,000 followers, so hopefully get a lot of views. We also have the graphic to the actual ballot and not the election board's page. We've been working also on getting that specific language to students. Because the election board doesn't like when we our opinion. So I've been working with them on getting our videos approved. They haven't responded yet. So one of the videos is just like explaining, not explaining at all, explaining. We are saying exactly what it says on election board so that we can tell it to students. And I think we can hopefully get approval on that video because that's very important. I'm also making a media post regarding exactly what I just said. And I feel like I shouldn't have to get approval with them, but I do it anyway. Yeah, UCSB Life has been working with us really well. They agree with getting Senate stuff out there. So I've been working with them closely. And yeah, that's all so if you guys, be careful when you say yes or no. Don't like explain it at all. Just say go vote and all that. Because if you don't, I don't know why. Anyway, I think that's all. Yeah, help us all. We're all gonna get 5,000. I think we can do it if you guys keep to like the media people, Emily Savage and whatnot.
All right, we're at time. Are you ready for questions?
Yeah.
Do you want to take questions? All right. Floor is open. Have any questions? All right. Oh, I'm not seeing any. Thanks for coming. All right, that wraps up our public forum. We are now moving into, honestly, should we just do unit report? Let's move into unit reports. All right, I lied. We're moving into new business. The first piece being the civil society project, brought forth by Senator Lala and co-authored by Senator Iden. I want to talk about it.
Sure. So this was, as you can see by the font, worked on in collaboration with the Attorney General's office. And font is indeed wild. And essentially it was, the idea came from a bunch of projects and services that are not really being offered by various campus departments. So it ranges from, you can see here, from feminine hygiene products to, fentanyl services, mental health services, cliff safety. So some of them, the incipient ones were ones that, either the library doesn't provide anymore, or students have reported some kind of lack of resources. And then we added onto this to make it even 10. And it comes out to 40K entirely. And we've also added things that we thought are amongst the most important issues that the association can tackle. So this is namely accountability in Isla Vista housing through a Rate My Landlord project, which has been kind of circulating through the association. Sean Lieberman, Associate Director of Technology, has kind of been working on for a while, but we want to give it one real push. The kind of bias here because these are the ones I care most about, but I'll explain how that works a little later. The habitability of IV homes, funding a thorough study of what that looks like in IV and what concrete steps we can take on it. So the idea that the Attorney General and I had was to set out the funding that is stated for each of these and to give it to one person or group of individuals, preferably outside of the association, so that they can bring in fresh expertise and not, things that we discuss in here ad nauseum. And to have them fully focus on this, it could be, we were thinking until the end of the term, but maybe that's just nowhere near enough time, so we can come up with some kind of deadline together. But one senator to be associated with each of these projects, maybe I can do two, for example, if someone really cares about two. But to be responsible for them, and then is someone outside of the Senate, and preferably outside of the association itself, who actually takes charge to execute them. So I think this is a very concrete way we can improve quality of life on campus, and I'm looking forward to your guys' suggestions.
All right, thank you, Senator Iden.
Yeah, I honestly like the idea behind the project itself, I think is really interesting, which is just like having a ton of grants and releasing them to the public, so it takes a lot of the burden off of the association. Obviously, a lot of the funding is up for deliberations amongst the Senate, where we might take it from, how much we might actually want to implement. But I think it'd be a really cool project just to kind of see how effective we are with utilizing like grant opportunities like this, especially such a broad range. And also, you know, it gives something for people who might want to pursue like individual projects funding. I'm like blanking on the name of whatever the funding stream is that offers projects for the coastline. But like, I just like the idea behind that because you get like a lot of people experience doing projects on campus and get a lot of good work done, but really open for deliberations and discussion on this.
All right, thank you. We are, floor is open. If anyone has any questions they would like to pose, Senator Saint.
Thank you, Senator Iden and Senator Lawler for introducing this. So for this year, this was already funded for, but for future years, do you have any like recommendations, or have you spoken to any VCU for a permanent source of this $40,000?
Senator Lawler?
I've not, and that's just been a time constraint. It's not because, there's some benefit to not doing so or anything like that. It's just been, it's been rough out here. So you're completely right in that this needs to be expanded, and we should find a more secure source for it. Absolutely.
All right, Senator Saint?
Yeah, well, I'd recommend having a chat with IVTU, maybe. They could possibly interested in this. I know for this year, this was funded by Finance Committee and collaboration with IVTU as well. So possibly they might be interested in doing this in the future as well. Or maybe what if we did this and what if we just assigned money to this during our budget deliberation? That would work too, maybe.
Senator Iden?
Yeah, I want to say that's somewhat of the idea behind like the policy 41 at the bottom, referencing that is having it happen during the deliberations for each year after like you see the effectiveness of the grant, but also I think there's a possibility of like doing it quarterly too, so it's not necessarily restricted to that.
Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I was looking into this because the budget packets are due at the end of the week, or the budget requests. Part of my duties in legal code is to submit the budget packet for the Senate, but typically there is no budget allocated. We abolished 3 different VCUs, and I think 2 of them had funds that we sourced and took back into allocated. So if the authors would like to help me with drafting the Senate budget packet, we could try to find a way to input the funds for this project in there when I draft it and give the presentation to Finance Committee. And also, if we want to talk about Senator Staff, so it's an idea we talked about but never fleshed out. It would be nice to just have an idea of the money it would cost to fund everyone's staff and just request it, and then later on next year, Senate can change it.
All right, anybody on Zoom? Senator Benderson?
Yeah, I was just wondering, you think a senator per project, that sounds about right. I'm kind of doing number 10 already, but what, you said like work with someone else outside of Senate. What do you mean by that?
Senator Lawler?
Yeah, it looks a little different for each project, right? So we have someone in the audience who has already expressed interest in this for number 5, the Rate My Landlord website. So in that case, again, it's simpler in some than others, but in that case, it would be someone interested, say, in computer science and building websites and all the rest of it. And they're charged with a certain deadline and with completing this project. They have X amount of funding that's already lined out in here. And they're the ones who have to carry this project to completion. Some of them presumably, for example, the restocking of feminine hygiene products, maybe the women's center is better equipped to do that than a single individual. But there is an element in which, I mean, it would be more complicated. You have to sign MOUs and all the rest of it. But there's also the element that we want to encourage more people into these spaces. So if it was just an individual or group of people who want to complete this project by themselves, we would encourage them. Does that answer the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, any further questions? Or motions to be made? No, Lola?
There are some further discussions to be had here because the budget, I mean, doing this when we figure out the Senate budget in its entirety is not a bad idea, but the original idea from the Attorney General was to have the deadline be the end of our terms. So maybe we should revisit, we'll have some conversations both with Senator Siddiqui, Iden, Attorney General, and whoever else is interested about how the funding will actually work, and maybe we can revisit this and vote on it next week.
Senator Cadell?
Motion to table the Society Projects Act for a week.
There has been a motion to table civil society project for a week. Senator Siddiqui?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Siddiqui. We're now in discussion. Senator Benderson?
Call the question.
Questions been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. This will be tabled for one more week. We are now moving into a resolution to introduce a referendum for future AS Billiard Hall. Proposed by Senator Iden and joined by Senator Lala. Senator Iden?
Could I invite the student sponsor up?
Yeah. Hi. All right, if you want to speak on the legislation, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Pinto, Senators. This resolution and the next resolution being proposed today are very simple. All they would do is put language on the upcoming spring election ballot. Asking students if they would be interested in using AS funds for a future billiards hall or for a future bowling alley. Neither of these, or I want to highlight that there's no fiscal impact to these. This would simply put language on the election ballot. And this doesn't even necessarily mean that these projects have to be taken up in the future. It just means that if they are to have a future NAS, then the backing of the student body, given that the student body votes yes on these, AS would have the backing of the student body to go forward with these projects.
Thank you. Senator Iden?
Yeah, and I just really like the idea of like, I don't know why why the name was switched from plebiscites to referendum, but like honestly, like just make them, I think they're really cool. But I don't think it's utilized enough by like the student government on like what the student body wants. I think it's a really cool way to, and also like, it doesn't matter. Like, I don't think it's like contentious. So if you like this, like bowling alley, hell yeah, that'd be sick. But yeah, it's a cool way. So I encourage other people to pursue something like this.
Nice. Yeah, go.
Originally, when I drafted these, it was called a plebiscite. But election board chair told me that they don't use the word plebiscite, they just use referendum.
Semantics, right. All right, do you have any questions, Senator? Yeah.
So this will be put out to the students, right? So to help students make the best decision possible with the use of AS funds, do you think you should also be mentioned how much this might cost?
Certainly is completely open, and I was hoping that the Senate would take room to discuss further what you would want to include in the resolutions. So certainly that could be included, and yeah, definitely.
All right.
You have any estimates at all, ballpark, about how much this might cost?
It varies a lot. It depends on whether it's a building on campus or whether it's an Isla Vista. It depends on, for the billiards table, how many you're gonna have. So there are a lot of factors that go into it. So no, I do not have an estimate on the cost.
But that's again why it's being put up as a referendum or as two referenda and not an actual policy proposal. Because we could look into it in the future with the backing of student body.
All right.
It's also like, I don't believe the bike shop started that way. I believe it just started as a lock-in fee. So I guess it's like an even earlier step to that. Just like to see if it started. So I don't think it's like a necessarily needing of a financial like sum attached to it.
Nice. Fair say.
Standard almost 50% of the UCSB population bikes. That is why having a bike shop is actually helpful to students, right? This is billiards, so I mean, honestly, I don't know, I've never played the game. So it's like to help students make an informed decision on whether or not they would even play this game at all. I think it is best if we do add some kind of estimations. I think it's gonna be a minimum of $100,000. And yeah, sure, we do have a big budget here in the association, but it is to be reserved for things that have the students' best interest in mind. And we are a university where almost 50% are food insecure. Right? I don't think, if a student is going hungry, I don't think the first thing in their mind is, God, I really wish we had a billiard ball. You know?
I would also like to suggest that this suggestion was made to us by A.G. Carlson in the past. To just increase transparency between ourselves and our constituents. That specifically referring to adding costs of things onto projects. Yeah, all right, Ed?
No one's, not dissing on the bike shop. It's just a weird speculation to throw out there. Again, that's like the beauty of it. You don't have to want a billiards hall or a bowling alley. That's why, people vote on it. If you don't like it, you vote no. That's cool. It's like why we do it. Sure, we can totally attach a financial sum that no one has any idea of what it might cost. But like ultimately, the way to get large amount of funding for something that's a bigger project like this is ultimately it's going to come back to a lock-in fee. So we could even specify the language that it would ultimately have to come back to the lock-in fee. Like it's super negotiable.
Okay.
Sarah, I know this is kind of like becomes like the same thing. It's like, yes, it would be easier to push if the student body wants it, but also we don't want to be policymakers who make policies out of our right side with no financial stipulations attached. Like we should at least do some base research of space and expenditure before it's presented to the student body, so they know the extent of which their vote matters. Thank you.
Sarah?
Yes, that's why I said we could specify that on it.
Okay, perfect.
Senator, I think the best way to go about this is to start small. Maybe table at the arbor, the petition, ask students how much they would be willing to use, how much money they would be wanting using on this. You could possibly just send out campus-wide email, like a survey, outreach committee to help you. But I think putting it up on the referendum like this with almost no additional information just doesn't seem the best way to go about it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Part of the idea as well is that pro and con statements can still be attached to the referendum. And concerns that you're bringing up, which are very valid and important, can certainly be included in there. I just think the referendum is specifically looking at just if they'd be interested, and the cost is something that comes with policy that comes later. So you guys could choose as to include a con or pro statement or just any kind of statement indicating that. But I don't know if it would have to. The purpose of the referendum, as opposed to a petition or anything else, is that it gives it straight to the student body.
Okay. Sarah?
So it was first, you don't have the financial sum attached, and then it was, okay, we can add a stipulation that we have to have the financial sum and we could make it a lock-in fee, and now it's go and table. So you're elected into your position and you are elected by the student body as to best use these funds. For example, Gaucho Racing has given upwards of $90,000 since you have been F&B chair this year, $90,000 to Gaucho Racing through F&B, an unreal sum. But that was your prerogative. That's how you were elected and how you chose to spend those funds. So I don't see this argument of like, oh, go table, shut down the idea immediately. It's a plebiscite. It's just gauging interest.
Okay.
Oh, okay, political privilege, I'm yielding chairship to Senator Siddiqui.
Senator Singh.
First off, I didn't give 90,000 units to anybody. Okay, I don't make decisions for my committee, just like you don't make decisions for your committee. You have people vote, yeah? There are 12 people on my committee who do what they think is right. My job is to guide and recommend them. Gaucho Racing is a very, very established organization on this campus. They do great work, and it was not 90, it was about 60. A lot of money, sure, but they do need it, and they do deserve the money as well. And it's not like they were given special treatment. Every single RCO gets the same treatment. I always tell them, request how much ever you need, and we will try and fund you for everything. I'm not saying I will, I'm saying I will find a way. That point you bring up is almost completely irrelevant. My thing with this is that students need to know how much of their money is gonna go into this. I don't really know how impactful it's gonna be at all anyways. That's why I'm saying start small. Start with a petition. Show some actual interest in this, get like 100 signatures, 200 signatures, so we can actually take this seriously.
Senator Benderson.
Sure.
He's
I'm
had his
allowed,
hand
I'm allowed
up.
to respond to his point.
Did he
Robert's
directly,
rule order.
did he directly mention Senator Iden's comment?
Yeah, you did.
Yes, he did.
Did he?
He's responding to my point.
Aren't you people here? Yeah.
Senator Iden.
Okay, so again,
Go
so
ahead. Order.
you're agreeing with me more than you'd like to give. So like, again, the students elect you. That's how you chose to spend the money, right? $60,000. You don't do a plebiscite, you don't do anything like that because it's an elected group of individuals, which is what we are, which is what these projects would be. That is the basis of any constituency. So I don't know. If you don't like billiards, it's fine. That's cool. You can vote no. I don't understand the argument to just kind of shut it down for no reason.
Senator Brenderson.
Okay, I'm gonna break up the back and forth a little bit here, but I'm gonna definitely agree with Senator Siddiqui most of the way here. I just don't think there's a whole lot of like solid. What did I say? Senator Siddiqui? My bad. So I just don't, I think this might give an unrealistic idea in the heads of our voting population. They're like, oh, would I support this? Yes. And then, well, what do they think about when they think about AS? They think about, oh, I wanted a billiards hall. Okay, they can't get us a billiards hall. Now I'm pissed at AS. Like I just see like some problems with this if it's not a follow through. I think the better way to get student input on this is some sort of poll that's not binding and can just be like, hey, this is very, very, very informal, not like set in stone, and try things that we forcefully get people to do. And second of all, I've never played billiards sober. Like there's a reason that the only pool hall is like in the bar. Like and last time I went bowling, I put a hole in my foot, so I'm not gonna go bowling again, but that's my own problem. So my own prerogative. Sure.
Senator Ganesh.
So that I didn't, before I say anything, none of the questions, they don't come from my position on my chair. I'll take many responsibility. Okay, but I'm not opposed to billiards or bowling on this. You can do it. I'm just saying, you can put it as a referendum also. I would suggest trying to table this to outreach, but I understand why you want to go to the referendum, you want it to be direct. But if I was for random student in student body, I want to know the base financial impact, like give me the ballpark of ballpark. Okay, attach some research to it and then it'll only help your own case. And you.
Student sponsor Lucan.
No issue with adding anything about costs to this referendum. I just want to reiterate the point that the purpose of a referendum is to gauge interest. Often irrespective of cost.
Senator Singh.
Like I said before, I have nothing against billiards. I've never even played the game. I'm saying students need to have all the information possible withholding a decision like this, especially on a referendum. That's why I'm saying have at least a ballpark estimate on this. Okay. Yeah, I yield.
Senator Sandy, and then I yield chairship back to Ivan Q. Pinto.
Okay, it sounds like to sum up this debate that is back and forth, I think we all agree with each other that there needs to be some information on this referendum. I like what, please remind me your name, I'm so sorry. Sponsor Lucan said it in the beginning, of having pro-con statements on the referendum. I think that's a great feature that you can utilize here, especially because we all agree that students should have a bigger picture of what this called bowling alley should look like. So a pro can be it's fun, for example. A con can be the financial impact. And like, I don't know, maybe we can't come up with a number, maybe we can just say potentially has a large financial impact, we can change that around. Sounds to me like we can utilize this pro-con feature, and that way everyone's happy and you can put this on the ballot for students to vote on. And if they don't want it because of the financial impact, they can vote no. If they think, oh, the pros of having a bowling alley, for example, is bigger to me than the financial impact because it is the students' money, then they can vote yes. And that's their own property. Yes, Sponsor Lucan?
If it would appease or be pleasing to you, I would be happy to do, or even to put on, the resolutions, a more specific, dollar amount. So for example, would you be interested in a future AS billiard hall, with the estimated cost of X? My question is that misleading to students? Because that dollar amount does not give them any indication of how much of their money is being spent to this. And that's kind of why I'm a little confused about the whole discussion, because AS funds and you guys as senators are meant to guide policy. And this just shows that the referendum would show that students do or do not want these things, and the policies that would be made afterwards. So again, if you'd like, I can get more specific estimates, but I would like, if you want to know for students specifically, total cost, and then how that's relevant to, again, the purpose of the referendum, which is just to gauge interest.
Question to our finance committee chair, is our after dark funding, does it no longer exist? So when you, I will Google it and I will show you all exactly what I'm talking about. But it is my understanding that we had somewhat of a budget that is dedicated to alcohol-free events that allow students to socialize. Yeah, after hours.
Okay.
Would this project be eligible for that? I mean, considering I don't feel like it's very used. Yes, I was saying.
I mean, if that thing is still up, then yeah, maybe. Or honestly, if you just want to do like a weekly thing, where you have like, you rent a couple of like billiard tables, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. You could rent it, maybe you could just rent out this room. Have set up a couple tables over here. You could come to my committee, request money for that. But just having it set in stone might be a big issue. And I do like your recommendation of having like a dollar amount like that. That works. I think the best way to go about would be like the total amount that would impact the association. And I do think it is relevant because it would give students a very good idea on how their student money is being used.
Yeah, go ahead.
Got you, like understood, sounds good. I'm just still, there's a gap in between the referendum, which is supposed to gauge interest, and then you keep mentioning a decision or students like deciding that this is gonna happen. Nothing's being decided at all, and there's no, like, this project never has to come to fruition. But again, that's just why it's ballot language, to just gauge interest. So that's what I'm concerned that I'm questioning where the gap or where the bridge between that questions the students engaging at interest, and then the cost comes in and why that's necessary. And again, I can get you these estimates and these numbers if it's what you want, but I worry that the purpose of the resolutions in the first place is being swayed straight from.
Yeah, so you cannot gauge interest in a topic without giving someone all the information on it, right? Like, let's say this passes, everyone's like, yeah, we would love a billion dollars. And then next year you're like, oh, by the way, it would cost about $800,000. That's just gonna piss them off, right? You need to give them everything they would require. You would need, how much is it gonna cost? Okay, honestly, that's the only thing I would like to see on there. I don't know if anyone, or space, yeah. Or, right. Anyone else has any recommendations? You can count them for that, but I think the main one is that you need to attach some kind of ballpark estimate, even like, it doesn't have to be the exact amount, it could just be, it might just cost like $100,000, right? That's what I just looked up online and said 100,000, just put in there approximately 100,000. That would work too.
Sarah
The problem I see with just saying it's $100,000 is that it doesn't really tell you that your fees are increasing. So I think saying like, this is gonna cost $100,000 and it's gonna increase this year. Like, should be included because a lot of students lack the connection of like, oh, this is coming out of like my part, like I have to pay for this, you know?
I just wanted to pose a suggestion to either the authors or the student sponsor, anyone can answer. I would say for the final question, have you guys thought about maybe rephrasing it? Instead of just saying, do you support the use of AS funds to do this, and say, would you support next year's elected, 76 elected officers, exec and senate, to conduct research into the purchase of the Billiards Hall and then present the cost of the student body? I think maybe just editing the language a bit might satisfy some people's concerns, but just a suggestion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, that would be phenomenal. And I appreciate the suggestion, I think it's a good idea. If it would, especially if it would ease concerns.
Nagash?
If you want we want a table for you to give you time to make these edits.
Sorry,
Do you want the referendum table when you can have time to make these edits?
that would be nice. But could I, before it gets tabled, could I have a specific request for what you would want to see?
I'm
So
putting it in the doc.
Okay.
And that is my version of the doc, which is essentially the Senate's version of the doc. So just go on the agenda and look at it. All right, how are we feeling? You ready to table? Sarah?
Motion to table a resolution to introduce a referendum for a future AS billiard hall.
There's been a motion, wait. Table
For a
for,
week.
all right, thank you. There's been a motion to table a resolution to introduce a referendum for future AS billiard hall for 1 week. Do we have a second? Senator Britterson,
Say,
seconded by Senator Britterson, we are now in discussion. Senator Martinez, on the question has been called. Do we have any objections?
consent.
Consent.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now moving into the next one. A resolution to introduce a referendum for a future AS bowling alley. Senator Lala.
Pardon?
Bowling alley.
We are on the next resolution, a resolution to introduce a referendum for a future AS bowling alley.
This is not substantially different enough for me to give you a whole presentation. We kind of talk about the substance of it. It's just, you go like this instead of like this.
Okay, should we just open for discussion then?
Yes.
All right, cool. Senator
Yeah, the authors can just make the same kind of edit to the ballot question itself. I think it should be great, but for now, I think we should table it for a week. Yeah.
All right, cool. Sarah Idula?
Motion to the table resolution to introduce a referendum for future AS bowling alley.
There's been a motion to table a resolution to introduce a referendum for a future AS bowling alley for 1 week. Do we have a second, Senator Chaudhary? Seconded by Senator Chaudhary, we're in our discussion. Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Thank you. All right, motion passes. Moving on. We will now be going into unit reports. Should I do pianos? They're not here.
It's back at 10.
All right, the first being. Senator Team,
Oh.
I just wanted to motion a resolution.
Oh, you want to, okay,
Motion to bring forth a resolution to establish a sexual assault awareness ad hoc committee.
all right. There's been a motion to add, wait, can I ask why this is being submitted now?
I needed to get the student sponsor and they didn't email me back till this morning.
Okay. And the student sponsor, as I see, is the Take Back the Night chair.
Yes.
Okay, period. All right, there's been a motion to add a resolution to establish a sexual assault awareness ad hoc committee under new business. Do we have a second, Senator Martinez?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Martinez. We are now in discussion. Senator Chaudhry? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right, seeing none, this is now being added onto new business. Just give me a second while I copy the link. All right, period. This would be under new business, babe. All right, period. I'm looking at the wrong thing. All right, we're now still in unit reports. The first being of the Zero Waste Committee. I see that y'all are on Zoom. Can you hear us? At least they were on Zoom, are they no longer on Zoom? All right, moving on to moving on to Lobby Corp.
Hi, I'm sorry to interrupt. The Zero Waste Committee did leave about 30 minutes ago. They asked if they could link their update in the agenda. Is that fine with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they can't link it on, but they can't comment either. Holly, can you email me?
Send it to you all or have them send it to me.
Okay, period. Lobby Corp. All right, y'all have the floor whenever you're ready.
All right, hi y'all. Happy Wednesday. My name is Esther Mejia. I'm the state and federal co-chair for our school's Lobby Corps division. And Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, everyone else, you guys have probably seen me around a couple of times. I'm the local chair for Lobby Corps, so I run the other half of.
Yeah, so we're here today to give y'all a couple of updates as to things that Lobby Corps is doing this quarter and things that we've done last quarter and also things that we're gonna do in the near future. So I'm gonna start off firstly with things that we did in the beginning of this quarter. Back in January, Governor Gavin Newsom released his drafted budget proposal for the state of California / the legislator. And to no one's surprise, the UC has an 8% cut that's currently facing it. So is the CSU system. And so in response, what we did is that we mobilized students to go to Sacramento for a budget advocacy day. And what we did is we met with legislators, including our state senators and our assembly members, to talk to them about not cutting the UC's budget for this next fiscal year. And we also promoted our own 3 budget priorities, which included increasing funding for disability service centers, also funding for food and basic needs centers here in higher education. And we also had one for more funding for transfer intersegmental programs. And so these 3 budget things that we advocated for are really important. Here at the UC, we're seeing that enrollment is going up, but we're not seeing that resources are being allocated to centers such as disability service centers and basic needs / food centers. Right now, we have a campaign going for our undocumented and international students, and we want to make sure that they have access to food and basic needs services. Right now, international students and undocumented students don't qualify to receive SNAP or CalFresh benefits. And so we really want to urge the UC and the governor to give money to UCs to fund programs similar to AggieFresh, which is like a CalFresh program that UC Davis has. We want to hopefully have one across all UCs. And so that was a little bit on the budget. Our students had a great time. This was open to all of our students, and anybody that was able to go could have hopped on virtually to meet with legislators legislators. Another thing that we did this quarter is we brought Senator Monique Limon to our campus to have a town hall. And this was basically a time for students to ask questions to the legislator about things pertaining to higher education and also just student life in general. One of the things that we talked about is Cal Grant equity. Because she does represent UC Santa Barbara and SBCC, we really want to make sure that we're holding them accountable for voting on legislation that really does promote more accessibility in higher education, such as the Cal Grant Equity Framework, which is something that we've been advocating for the past 2 years. And we also brought up topics surrounding what she intends to do given the new administration and what she's going to do as a state senator to make sure that she's protecting vulnerable communities in the area. Another thing that we have coming up is our annual student lobby conference. This is a lobby conference that we host in partnership with the UC Student Association, which is the student association that represents all undergraduate students across all 9 UC campuses. And so this conference is taking place in March 7th through March 10th in Sacramento, and we're going to be going with other UCs. And so this is a great opportunity for students to professionally develop, learn about the legislative process, learn about the policy making process, and also interact with other UC students and their legislators. Applications did close, I believe, on Sunday, and it's open to all students, not just Lobby Corps members. We open it to all students, and it's completely paid for. They don't have to pay anything, so it's a really great opportunity. We're going to be lobbying on bills that have to do with higher education, such as a bill that has to do with protecting students from college creditors. And we're also going to be lobbying for a bill that UCSB students actually wrote, SB 98, which is the SAFE Act, and it is the Schools Alerting Families and Education Act, which basically makes sure that schools are telling and notifying their students, community members, and faculty members when ICE and federal law enforcement is going to be on campus. I think specifically in this new administration, it's really important that we're holding our schools accountable for being transparent and letting us know when federal law enforcement is going to be on campus. And so this was a bill that UCSB students wrote and is being introduced into the legislature by Senator Perez, who is the chair of the Senate Education Committee. So we're really happy to be partnering with her. And that's just one of the bills that's going to be on our list. And then hopefully another co-signer bill that UCSB students also wrote, which is making sure that there's actual language as to what a co-signer is in California law. So that's a little bit about the state side. As for the federal side, we're working with the United States Student Association, which kind of closed down in 2018, but we're slowly starting to rebuild it and making sure that we're building a nationwide student advocacy effort to hold the new administration accountable and give more powers to students. So that's about state and federal, and I'm gonna pass it off to Nelson to touch a little bit on local side.
Thank you. Yeah. So local side has also been pretty active. We've been doing a lot of stuff, not so much geared towards events and things like that, but rather towards very specific and targeted advocacy. Just to talk about some of the things that we've taken on as projects. We recently met with UCPD and CARE to get more information on the status of the Interpersonal Violence Detective Program. That was a program that was kind of like on and off for a couple of years between 2022 to 23, 24. And we're basically, we met with them and we confirmed that there is indeed someone who's being trained to succeed the previous IVD. Detective Tori Saunders, she's going to be coming fully into her own position sometime in March, give or take, and that's when she's really going to be doing a lot of outreach to the community, working on doing a lot of detective work around interpersonal violence cases and things like that. So we just confirmed to make sure. We're currently working on trying to see if we can contact CSD regarding their original contract with UCPD to see if they continue funding the program and properly kind of making sure it works. Not really too sure about that yet, but we still need to try to do that if possible. I've also been working with the county to figure out how we can support students through CalFresh delays. There have been a lot of students reporting that recently their CalFresh documents have been processed very, very late. So people have said that, they submitted it well in advance, 1 to 2 months in advance of their deadlines, only for their benefits to be kind of canceled or put on hold due to their form not being processed. It's been a really big problem. A lot of people have talked about, they've been unable to go and buy groceries and stuff because they didn't have CalFresh. So I've been trying to work with the student liaison over there to see what we can do to make sure that people can actually access the benefits that they deserve. And to that extent, we're also trying to make sure that we're, getting as many people into CalFresh as possible. I'm currently working with the UCSB Basic Needs Office to try and set up an event where we can actually bring in a CalFresh, the CalFresh student liaison and other people from the county to set up interview times so that people can come in, sign up for CalPERS and set up an interview time directly there. Previous iterations of this event have been extremely successful. Basically, as I said, hundreds of people or 100 people or so have showed up before in the past. So we're trying to get that back and see if we can help people sign up for CalFresh or get their benefits renewed. I do have some unfortunate news regarding something around Deltopia. It is to my understanding that Lieutenant Tesla, who runs IB Foot Patrol, has unilaterally taken the decision to get rid of restorative justice specifically for the week of Deltopia. Now, we've tried to talk to them before. Owen, the PLA and everyone else in the office has really done their best to try and convince him and change his mind that this is a really bad idea. He frankly doesn't really care. I'd use stronger words here for permitting this setting, but unfortunately it's not. He doesn't care. He has expressed no interest in going to try and care at any point in the future about what students say. And it seems very unlikely that we're going to be able to change his mind to try to get him to actually try to care. So just keep that in mind. Restorative justice that you guys are going to be used to during normal human operations is not going to be available, unfortunately, during Deltopia, and that has been the unilateral decision of IBFP. I've talked to UCPD, I've talked to the county, I've talked to whoever we can, lobbied as hard as we can, it's in our name, right? We do lobby. But at the end of the day, when it's one guy who just makes the decisions and he doesn't like working with students, he really did, right? So just keep that in mind. We'll try to send out more information about that as well when we come down to it. Regarding the new housing inspection program that Supervisor Capps has put into place, our goals right now, we're trying to work with the UCSB GR team to try and get a student onto the oversight board. We don't really know exactly what the structure of that is going to look like yet. A lot of stuff has been in private development, but we're working really hard to make sure that we have a student voice on the oversight committee. It just makes a lot of sense to us that if you're going to be overseeing IV, right? If you're looking at student renters, you're looking at all these different programs going on. You're going to want to have a student there. So our goal is to try to make sure to do that. UCSB's GR team have thrown their full support behind this. So I've been kind of working on the details with them regarding how we're going to push for this. So it's kind of like a joint lobbying effort on that front. I've also been lobbying for IBCSD funding for certain EDPLA initiatives. For example, one of the major pushes that EDPLA really wants to get done is try to expand UCIB, get additional tents, right? Talk with things like Pratt Row and other parts of Deltopia, or sorry. Just DP, not that like but also making sure that there are proper transports, right? So being able to move equipment and move materials around easily without having to walk through very dense streets on Friday nights on DP. So just things like that do need a lot of funding, and the goal is to try to expand the funding sources, not just to keep asking you guys for money, but rather also to ask for money from the community stakeholders. And finally, we're currently working on planning out a local lobby day. The goal is not so much to lobby on any specific policies or any specific provisions, but rather just to kind of establish contact between students and local officials. And the goal is just to make sure that they know that we're here. And most importantly, that we can vote, for them to come back or vote against them if they don't listen to students. So, yeah, that's kind of the local updates, some of the stuff we've been working on. I did also want to take this time to mention that I did email Senate at ASIUCSB a little bit earlier. There was originally a bill that was intended to amend some of the bylaw stuff we've already as well before. It is my understanding that some of the language in there was ran counter to the Constitution. So we have, asked our sponsor to very graciously, we've asked them to remove some of the language that is conflicting and potentially reintroduce it as soon as possible. But we're also not going to be around to answer questions due to finals and things going on. So we'd love to be able to take questions on the bylaw changes today during the Q&A section of this. So if anyone has any questions, that would be the right time to ask. So, that's all.
Here, Sarsa?
So there are two problems. So I wrote the bill, so
Thank you.
that's my bad, but I wanted to talk to you before I fixed it. These were things that Senator Siddiqui brought up that I didn't consider, or else I would have told you before, so that's also my bad. The first thing is exec board meetings. You wanted it to be unlisted individuals were subject to approval by co-chair discretion. It's my understanding that that's a problem because senators and execs have access to all meetings. So
yes,
would it be okay if I change that to will be open to voting and non-voting members as well as senators?
Yes, my understanding that I was I think we include in the document that senators would be included under the non-voting members who are welcome to the meeting. So the goal, okay, so just to be clear, the goal of this is just to really put it plainly in text. We've had issues before in the past where people are like, well, we know, we want to come to exec meetings, we want to like see what's going on, we want to do all this stuff. And you know, it's not that there's a matter of like, oh, well, there are things we're trying to hide, there are things we don't want people to see, but you know, that is general members specifically. Rather, mainly, you know, for example, we have things like, you know, closed session, or we have things where we want to talk about potentially things that are sensitive to general members, like for example, selecting who goes on trips, if we have an excess number of applications. We want to make it very clear, in the legal code that unless you're a senator, unless you're an exec member, unless you're someone who really has a stake in like the kind of behind the door operations of a lobby board, we want to make it clear that unless there's like some major thing happening, we don't want people just coming up and asking constantly like, hey, can I jump there between hey that? The answer is always gonna be no, but rather we just say, hey, there's just that was the intent behind that. All that's not, yeah, of course. Senators are more than welcome. You guys are always welcome to go.
I just want to quickly add on to Senator Sue's point. So within Robert's rules, if you motion to go to a closed session, you can exclude anyone or include anyone depending on the language you put. So I think just for bylaws consistency, I think, yeah, adding on senators and execs to that would be fine. But even if you don't want a senator or exec there, within Robert's rules, you could just invite certain people to the closed session. So I don't think that part has to be addressed in this bill. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. The main thing is just, again, like I mentioned, there are certain things that aren't like sensitive in the sense of like, oh, closed session is mainly for only exec, right? Only for deciding things between ourselves. But like for things such as, you know, selecting people on trips and things like that. Honestly, we don't really care if there's a senator or someone there, right? That's not going to really change anything, but we don't want like general members to keep asking like, hey, can we get second? That's mainly the thing that we're trying to kind of and the main thing is just to distinguish the difference between an exec meeting and a GM meeting, right? Because everybody's welcome to GM. There's no restriction on whatever you say, hey, you can't go to GM. But when it comes to exec, there's one maybe kind of that was so yeah, more than happy to add exec and senators to the list.
All right, Senator Sue?
Yeah, the second thing I haven't fixed yet, that I also brought up was, under operating procedures, section F. You guys wanted to add a lot about lobby corps neutrality, taking alternative stance, the Senate not forcing lobby corps to take a specific stance.
Yes.
Senator Siddiqui brought up to me that if it was in line with EBPSA, that would be legal. Yeah.
Yeah, so a few things. The specific constitutional clause, I sent it to Senator Sue. I don't have it in front of me. But basically with BCUs, the way it's like designed, it states that the executive authority and comes from the 5 execs and names them. And then it says that through the BCUs, the execs have their authority. So like the way it's designed is like execs are supposed to be administrators. IVP runs elections board, COC, all those different groups, and then the Senate provides checks and balances. So I would like, I think the goal that you guys are going for is totally fine. I would just change UCSA to EVPSA. That way it would be in line with the Constitution. Yeah, and also just like, I think it would be better just to have it be like our local EVPSA at our campus, because I'm still on the email list for UCSA, so I know there's a lot of disagreement. And I would like to, ideally, you know, we're in alignment with UCSB elected officials want to do.
Yeah, no, that's
Okay, I'll add this change in that. I was not planning on introducing it today. The matter is being transparent, it's kind of last minute, but I'll introduce it next week and I'll let you guys know.
With that in mind, though, I do want to ask if there are any questions on the things that aren't to be changed today. Now would be a good time to bring them up, since we'll not be available for questions when it's brought up. So yeah, if anyone has questions on the current version of the document, mine is to change.
Yes, Senator Ganesh?
Can you please elaborate on your motivation to add the clause on neutrality or alternatives?
Yeah, so the main reason for this is pretty simple. A lot of the work that we do is a very delicate balance between, you know, obviously our number one goal is to represent the students of Santa Barbara, right? Make sure that whatever we're lobbying for, we want to push for things that Santa Barbara wants, right? Now, the thing is, we also do have a lot of input, not necessarily sway, but input from organizations like UCSA who help, you know, through EVPSA and through other organizations like that, help us, you know, figure out like what are things that are important, not just to SSB, but to, you know, UC students as a whole, right? And there have been certain situations in the past, for example, I'm very fortunate that the Senate was able to work with Lobby Corps on this issue last year. If you guys remember SB 1287, that was the issue around students like free speech and things like that. There were instances where we were having serious deliberations about whether or not, what we would have to do in the case that, for example, UPSA takes a certain stance on an issue like 1287, which, their stance is very clear, no, right? And then Senate comes here and tells us, actually, we want you guys to go and lobby for 1287. I'm sure given the composition of last year's Senate, you guys are well aware of why that might have been such a case, right? And, we don't want to be, frankly put, we don't want to be stuck in a situation where, we have, I'm an appointed member of UPLA, as there is an appointed member of UPSA as well, right? We are both on the, we are in those organizations separately as well. We don't want to be set in a situation where we're essentially having to pick between like divorced parents. It's a very, very tough political situation for us to navigate. It's frankly a huge waste of time for us when we could, Esther talked about all the things we work on state side, I talked about all the things we work on local side. We don't want to spend extra time helping, figure out a squabble between like Senate and PSA, to put it pretty much bluntly, right? So that was the main motivation behind that. And we noticed that this was in the bylaws. So we figured, well, if it's in the bylaws, it can also be changed in the bylaws. So the goal is just to kind of clear that process up a little bit. And of course, if there are any concerns that Senate has regarding any stance we take, we're very transparent when we go on, bill platforms we have, all the work we do is always very clear. If there are any concerns, you guys are more than happy to let us know. We can talk through it and think about what there are ways to address it, but specifically making it so that that's not like a procedural case, if that makes sense. It's a matter of like, let's just talk about it over something, exactly coffee or something.
All right, no further questions? All right, thank you guys. Hi. You wanna go back to this? Okay, and now we're moving into new business. I'm sorry, why is everyone raising hand? Why is everyone hurt? Yeah, why are you raising hands? I never asked anything.
I think they have.
Oh, okay, what are your units?
Yes, renting for permission.
Okay, well, we just have like, just because one of our senators is leaving soon, we just like to address that before going back into the reports. Let's do that real quick. So, the piece of legislation that we'll be moving into is under new business. It is a resolution to establish a sexual assault awareness ad hoc committee. This is brought forth by Senator Al-Khatib and Senator Kadah. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So this was basically born out of many meetings with Sven Rundman, who is the Associate Director of Prevention at CARE, and various communications with representatives from Take Back the Night. And one thing that I noticed was that there was a huge lack of communication between AS and these organizations. For example, I don't know if you guys remember, but in a report that was made a few weeks back, President Broadway mentioned that he's planning different events and programming for Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And when I brought that up to Sven, he mentioned that he had not been contacted at all for this. I think that's ridiculous. He also said that I'm the only person in AS that has contacted them in the past year. CARE is one of the only 2 confidential resources on campus, the other being CAPS. I don't know if you guys have ever been to CAPS, but it's extremely slow. And CARE is the only one that is meant to specifically support survivors of sexual assault, and it has been on our campus since 2013. So basically, since the end of fall quarter last year, or yeah, this past fall quarter, I've been like the point person from AS communicating with these organizations, and creating this committee would basically give me like more people to work with. And our goals are basically, if you guys like read the resolution, basically to make knowledge of resources from CARE and Take Back the Night more widely available, because as mentioned in one of the whereas clauses, one of the reasons that survivors don't reach out for support after experiencing sexual assault is due to a lack of knowledge of the resources available and feelings of fear and isolation So making these resources more widely available and using our platform in AS to do this would be really, really beneficial. So that's one of the goals. Another is to increase communication between AS, CARE, and Take Back the Night. Another goal is back in 2018, from 2018 to 2021, there was, CARE did like a really comprehensive training during our association-wide trainings, and 2021 was the last year that was there. And I've been in communication with Holly, and one of the goals of this committee is to basically reestablish this as make it a permanent part of our association-wide trainings, because it has a lot of really good information. Yeah, and we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. We're not trying to like create our own events. We're more so trying to work with the already established organizations meant to combat sexual assault on this campus. So one of the biggest goals of the committee is to work with CARE and Take Back the Night with events they already have planned, especially during Sexual Assault Awareness Month, which is coming up in April. Any tasks that they need to do, tabling with them would be something. Some events that they do during Sexual Assault Awareness Month is like Denim Day, the Take Back the Night rally, which is, I don't know if you guys know, it's the oldest worldwide movement to stand up against sexual assault. In the 80s, it was a really big rally specifically at UCSB. Yeah, does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. All right, we'll be opening to any motions or points anyone wants to make. Sarah Ganesh?
Thank you for recognizing me. I did not know this was here, and I'm not very willing to fight this, but I'm not really looking, but can we open the resolution and change the words male and female to a factor?
Sure. A motion to open a resolution to establish a sexual
Wait,
assault.
hold
awareness-
up, I have
Oh,
not
sorry.
recognized either of those. Give me a second. I'm finding exactly where
Second one, second one.
the second whereas clause. Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm just figuring out how to better suggest. Can we do none of that and just say cisgender? Or actually, no, that's not great either. Okay. Yes, Sarah?
You can technically add the difference by saying that this is the language used in what.
Yeah, if this was a language used within the survey, I feel like it's fine.
Yeah. But I just wanted to say it so that there was a conversation.
Yeah, okay.
Appreciate that.
So how do you feel about that?
I ditto on if it was used in the survey, but I really appreciate you bringing that up. Do you have any suggestions on the first clause?
You do say like, you do say non-binary or transgender people. So this is also the language of the link that you make, so.
Okay. I mean,
the first one is males and females is famous with them, very discomforting.
I'm not binary. I find it fine too. Referencing a study, I feel like if we're referencing a study and it's directly citing that study, I feel like using the exact language is fine. All right, period. Senator Martinez?
I just wanted to say thank you for making this resolution and like doing the commitment to like create this committee, the ad hoc committee. I know that you've been working on it for a few weeks now on top of all of the other like assignments and like responsibilities you hold within like outreach committee and like Senate and everything else. So thank you both to you and Leah for bringing this out. So sorry for that.
Yes, Senator Ganesh?
Motion to pass a resolution to establish a sexual assault awareness ad hoc committee.
All right, there's been a motion to pass a resolution to establish a sexual assault awareness ad hoc committee. Do we have a second, Senator Chaudhary? Seconded by Senator Chaudhary. We are now in discussion. Senator Brenderson?
I call a question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Concern.
Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Ganesh? No, because it's organizational and it's a resolution. Oh, right, it's a piece of legislation. All right, we're now going into a hand vote. So hands up for yes to pass a resolution to establish a sexual assault awareness ad hoc committee. Right, so that's 20. No? Did I miss one?
Yeah.
All right, so I put yes for 21, sorry. Abstentions? Period, motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Senator Ganesh?
I would like a motion on the resolution on the agenda,
Why was this not sent earlier?
because we have to wait for global voucher commission. And they have the meeting last night.
Right, okay. Has this been?
Email.
All right, there's been a motion to add, a resolution to increase the lock-in fee for the ASGGC, to new business. Do we have a second? Senator Yu?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Yu, we have now discussion. Senator Wahidullah? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing none, the resolution has now been added to new business. And we are on that now. Senator Yu?
Motion to amend the agenda and add the exception for GGC winter quarter retreat for travel under action items.
I should just do it. You can do it now. Thank you.
All right, there's been a motion to add the winter retreat.
Amend the agenda and add the exemption for GGC winter quarter retreat for travel under action item.
Exception. With it. All right, there's been a motion to amend the agenda and add the GGC winter quarter retreat exception.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you?
Exemption.
Exemption. So this would mean that y'all are not doing the winter retreat.
EXEMPTI.
Wait, I'm still confused.
Exempt them.
Chair, I believe they're gonna be using AS funds to travel and they need an exception to be able to do that. Exception to policy.
So why are they writing exemption? and not exception?
Add the exemption for.
I'm sorry, this is all confusing. Senator Siddiqui?
Would this be a more appropriate request for finance committee? I'm wondering.
I mean, we can also do it here. You can do it in both places, it's fine. Senator Singh?
Senator, I believe a better word would be exception rather than
Okay.
exemption.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's what confused me. I was like, not doing it. All right, thank you for clarifying. There's been a motion to amend the agenda and add the GGC winter quarter retreat exception. Senator Ganesh? Seconded by Senator Ganesh, we're now in discussion. Senator Siddiqui?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
You say it.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. That is now added under action items. We are going back to new business. So we are moving into a resolution to increase the lock-in fee for the ASGGC. Oh my God. Yeah, so it is brought by Senator Yu, joined by Senator Ganesh. Y'all before who wants to speak first? Senator Yu?
Okay, I can speak first. Thank you so much, everyone. I think Minju has already presented this resolution before. I just want to kind of like emphasize a little bit more on the resolution. So as I mentioned, there's 13% of international student population at UCSB, and they're from like across 107 countries. And yeah, and I would say like as an international student personally, traveling from Shanghai to here, was a big challenge for me without my parents. And joining the GGC also as well as the International Student Mentorship Program in my first year was something that was very beneficial. Yeah, and I just want to mention it again that GGC Global Scholarship Commission is the only entity in the AS student that places serving international students at the core of its mission statement. So we not only fund our own event, we also support like every single one of Gaucho across the campus. And the increased amount of the locking fee was very reasonable because it not only secure our own event as well as supporting like the event that's gonna be used to support like other clubs or like association. And if we have like any leftovers, we're just gonna give it back to AS. So that's like a really safe option. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Senator Ganesh.
Yeah, I don't have anything else that Senator you or committee member John did not already emphasize on. Being international part, it makes it easier, they need more money.
All right, thank you. Floor is open. Senator Reed?
First of all, I want to say that this is a really impressive bill. I think that you guys are going to do a lot with this. My real only issue is locking fees. You guys know that I hate locking fees. And I'm wondering if there's a different way that we can go about this so that we don't need to add any locking fees for students. I say this every single time someone's proposing the locking fee, I'm gonna keep saying it.
Senator Ganesh?
They have a locking fee.
Yeah, that's the issue that I have.
Senator Ganesh?
You want to strip their locking fee?
No, absolutely not.
Senator Reed?
I just have an issue with adding to it. I'm not trying to strip the locking fee, it already exists. I just don't want to add more to students already existing locking fees. Why would I want students to pay more out of pocket when they go to a UC mostly for a reason? We are the cheapest college by far in the country.
Senator Ganesh?
Most of UC makes most of its money to international students who pay a lot. More than the average Californian resident. We as the Senate are not adding anything. We're adding this to the ballot and the students who vote can choose to give GGC more money or not. This is to put it on the ballot.
Senator Reed?
I didn't realize this was just to put it on the ballot. Is there, when you table for this, if you do table for it, are you guys going to be explaining that it adds to all in the regular system?
I believe there is the exact ballot language in the resolution.
No, I see that.
Okay.
I'm asking about table.
Okay, Senator Ganesh?
You want GGC to table and give that explanation or not?
Chair.
Yes.
Can I speak as a student sponsor?
Yes, sponsor,
Chair. Second question, students, of course, we will try our every effort to utilize other resources available to us, other than asking for increase in locking fee. But the challenge we face is that the association is $1.5 million in deficit this fiscal year. So there's really no money to spare within the association. And my opinion is that it's not fair for us to compete in the sale category. As we are much more well equipped than any other SL. And that money should be reserved for them. If that answers your question.
I'm more on board now because the students are voting, so it makes it a little different. My question now is shifts to more of a. I think you don't want to compete with other products, especially within steel, because you guys are a lot more established, and I 100% agree. I also think that you guys can come to Senate a lot and ask us to take it out of Senate and how is there any other ways or further, like, You see what I'm saying? We should take it from other places. Why are we using walking specifically?
Yeah, because senior allocated is definitely an avenue for funding. However, in my opinion, it should be more for pilot program or some unspecified payments. For instance, we have lots of great project ideas this year that all require senior allocated to fund them. And senior allocated only gets a fixed amount of 150,000, and that's it. It's kind of a self-reserve for every senior happens within association. That's the first reason. And the second reason is that as much as I love to spend time with you all, but it's you had to wait 2.5 hours to speak for every single event. You know, you get my point.
Senator White?
I was just gonna say this is a nitpick. The title is the resolution to propose a law to for the global gap definition. And my fear is that's like confusing because it's proposing a law to be as close to proposing an increase in the law fee. And then also the title of the doc says a resolution to increase law fee. Not title.
Okay, we can fix it, we can fix the doc. Can you fix the doc title? Oh, yeah. Senator Singh?
Thank you, first of all, to bring this resolution to the floor. I love the Global Data Commission as an international student myself. But I do have a concern. You are requesting an exception to policy to go on a retreat for the second time this year. Is that right?
Point of order, sorry, isn't this discussion about the legislation? I just want to
Let me
finish
get to
this
that.
before we.
Let me get to that, right? So,
Okay, like, y'all, whatever happened to the chair?
sorry.
Senator Singh?
So I wanna know, it's like, how are you justifying an increase to your locking fee while also going on a retreat for the second time this year?
Yeah, of course, that's actually a great point you have raised in there. So I won't say it as justification, but just stating the entire operation of the GGC, and because that judgment could be made by you as senator, as not me. So the reason I believe they should have a sporting retreat as an exception is because we have saved more than, and then do some trick calculation. We have saved more than $10,000 so far for the student body. Because we do all the design in-house, we ordered all of our materials from the supplier, from the factory actually directly. And then we found our own shipping company to ship them from the factory to the school. And when they arrived, they are just, I remember it was 10 giant bombs and exits in here. And then for the welcome package, we set up an assembly line where our board member will stand one by one and put every single one of the item inside the welcome package. We could have just go to a supplier that will give us everything we want and they will do everything. But it will cost us at least $16,000 instead of $5,000 we spent. So yes, we're having a trade because what really has, and I do believe hard work should be rewarded with something nice. And in terms of the extent of the retreat, we're only asking for an exception because when we go to Los Angeles, we'll drive ourselves, we'll have some normal retreat stuff. It's a small option to choose from, and it works significantly increase the cost compared to just having a retreat in Santa Barbara. So since the cost is about the same, and we are willing to drive ourselves. So that's the reason we opt to go to LA instead of doing CSD. Does that answer your question?
Senator Singh?
Yeah. Thank you. That's a great point. I'm glad to have the opportunity to explain it. So thank you for the question.
Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I want to comment on this quickly. First of all, thank you so much, council members, for coming up here and presenting. So I feel like, you know, I especially have talked a lot about carry forward and the high student fees that we pay, and I absolutely think it's an issue. However, I think we have to evaluate everything on a case by case basis. Global Gaucho Commission within the past 5 years, amongst a few other VCUs, has been one of the most productive and efficient VCUs in terms of reporting to the Senate, in terms of actually completing all of their duties in legal code, and also in terms of spending their funds. I'm looking at the data that I have in front of me. Last year, their carry forward was only 17.5K. It's not a lot. And I think that just the fact that you included it in the ballot language, that all the funds not consumed by your commission will go to Senate and unallocated, makes me comfortable passing this today. Otherwise, I'd ask to table it. But what I would also say to the rest of the Senate is that by passing this resolution, you've set a precedent, number one, that you reward good VCUs who fulfill their duties within legal code and who fulfill their mission. And number two, it also sets a precedent that because this is the first lock-in fee resolution that we're passing, and it has a clause in there for GGC committing that all the funds that they don't use will go into Senate unallocated, you could then make that a requirement for this year and for future Senates to require all new increases in lock-in fees or new lock-in fees to require that language. That would be huge progress towards eliminating the issue of carry forward. So I get the sense that some people may want to table it. I'm fine with that, but personally, I don't oppose passing this today.
Thank you very much.
Thursday.
Listen, I'm all for rewarding hardworking VCUs, but I thought the point of the outstanding VCU award was to reward hardworking VCUs. I do, you know, I don't have anything else to say. That's what I'm gonna say.
The question, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so we don't feel nothing very increased as a reward. The outstanding VCU award is a reward. I totally agree with your other points. The reason we're asking about increase in lock-in fee is because a lot of our program, meal voucher, welcome package, midterm final food station, they run out so quickly that we open for sign up. We don't say the increase in the lock-in fee as a reward, but the capacity to enlarge already popular program and invite a new one. We will find the budget breakdown of our proposed budget for next year has a lot in there will pass and send email send you send out. And in addition, on the report for outside the VCU award for the PDC part, you will say for our fall program, we have a budget execution rate of 98.7%. That's rather impressive, if I may say so, compared to other VCU. So, yes, we will not be rewarded by lock-in fee, but to us, it's a capacity to do more for the students to provide the service.
Senator Ganesh.
Motion to pass a resolution proposing increase to the lock-in fee for the national district.
All right, there's been a motion to pass a resolution to propose an increase to the lock-in fee for the GGC. Do we have a second? Senator Siddiqui?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Siddiqui. We are now in discussion. Senator Malhus? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? No. All right, we are now moving into a hand vote. So hands up for yes to pass a resolution to propose an increase to the lock-in fee for the GGC. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 16, 17. All right, 17. No. All right, abstentions. 1, 2, 3. Okay, come on. All right, I guess it's 3 abstentions. Motion passes.
My celebrate thoughts are I really do, thank you.
We will now be moving into a 15-minute recess, starting at 9:05 and ending at 9:20. Somebody want to make a motion real quick, Senator Butler.
Motion to enter a 15-minute recess.
Who's gonna motion to enter a 15-minute recess at 9:05 p.m.? Senator White, second, discussion, Senator Chaudhary. Questions about the revenue objectives?
Consent.
Yeah.
All right. Taking 2 minutes in allocation. Senator Singh?
Thank you, Chair. If everyone can just open up the minutes and allocation drive, there can be a new one and scroll down to tab. Yes, yeah. Unfortunately, another one of their allocations for money, oh no, another, the first time, is contradictory to our financial policy. And I have had conversations with the co-chair of that. They are okay with us overturning this, and then on Monday, they're gonna remake that motion to be more suitable to our policies, and so they can receive an exception to policy for the transportation they are requesting.
All right, so. Senator Singh, are you proposing that we remove the 217 2025 cab minutes from the to be approved folder? Senator Singh?
No, if we just open up their minutes and then overturn just that one specific motion, everything else can still be good to go with everyone else, everything else does align with policy. It's just the, under action items in terms of funding, subsection C, alternative breaks coordinators, they request for 15,700 for food and supplies, hotels, and transportation. That's the one that is contradictory to our financial policy. It requires an exception from the finance committee, and that exception was, or has not been given yet. I recommended the CAB chair to amend the motion and just add on the stipulation that finance committee grants an exception for transportation. So it better aligns with our financial policy. So this motion to open up the 217 cab minutes.
All right, there's been a motion to open up the 217 cab minutes. Do we have a second, Senator Ganesh? Seconded by Senator Ganesh. We are now in discussion. Senator Butler?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, we are now opening up the 217-25 minutes. So if everyone can go to action items, internal funding, that'd be subsection C for the alternative breaks coordinators. Senator Singh?
Actually, could someone tell me what the exact motion language will be to overturn a motion? Does anyone know?
It would be a motion to overturn decision by CAB. Senator Iden?
Would we, I'm just like wondering about our authority here, like, do we have the, like, we obviously have the authority to strike the funding request, but are we able to pass the funding request ourselves, or does it have to be pushed through to F&B? Like, could we edit this to say upon approval of F&B itself and just basically do the funding for them?
It is to my understanding that they already have reached a decision to just make the motion again at a future date after consultation with F&B chair. Correct? All right. So from my understanding, we would just, motion to overturn blank request. Senator Singh?
Motion to overturn the motion to fully fund the alternative breaks coordinators, 15,700 food and supplies, hotels, transportation, a social activity, and emergency buffer for the spring break volunteering trip.
All right, there's been a motion to overturn the motion to fully fund the alternative breaks coordinators, $15,700 for food and supplies, hotels, transportation, a social activity, and emergency buffer for the spring break volunteering trip. Do we have a second, Senator Amin? Seconded by Senator Amin. We are now in discussion. Senator Wang? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing none, motion passes. I'm just gonna write that right into the minutes. All right, do we want to close this up? Senator Singh?
Do we have to make a statement on why we are overturning this, or can we just close the vote or close the minutes?
We can write within our own minutes that this was because it was in breach of financial policy.
So-
Yes, Senator Singh?
We don't have to make an additional motion to like enter a statement into the record at all?
I don't believe so. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yes, Senator Singh?
motion to close the 217 tab minutes.
There's been a motion to close the 217 cabinets. Do we have a second, Senator Wang? Seconded by Senator Wang. Here now discussion. Senator Chudry? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing none, motion passes. Yeah, I'm aware I'm doing something. Senator Ganesh? Yes, we can move into unit reports right now. If someone can put that exact language into the CAD minutes, I wrote it, just need to flesh it out. Now moving into unit reports, Senator Iden?
I just wanted to briefly touch on the minutes thing really quick.
Yes.
So like I was at an IC meeting because their agenda and minutes are just like super subpar, and I've kind of noticing that with a lot of DCUs. I don't really want any issues, and I would appreciate liaison committee's help with that potentially and reaching out to like the rest of them, because like I start going through everyone, I'm like, it doesn't show how the motion passage, there's only one primary, there's no second, there's no, like a lot of stuff just get recorded. I would appreciate your guys' help on that.
Yes, Senator Ganesh?
Do you want us to explain how to do minutes to be seen?
I think it just,
Yes, Senator Iden?
I think it just needs to be like I'd totally be down to work with you on as well, because I just had this conversation with one of the IAC chairs. Just like explaining like everything that's required, like especially like the attendance, like they weren't recording attendance, so I have no idea if they need form or not, and they're passing like $10,000 a lot. I don't know if Senator Singh has anything to add.
Okay.
Yes, Senator Singh?
Yeah, no, just to add on to what you said, I've also seen chairs themselves make motions and actually vote on BCU business, so I think that would be a great idea.
All right. Just to make it clear, this exists within our training documents under the ASVCSB website, so Senator Ganesh, if you want to direct people to that. Yes, Senator Ganesh?
I don't have that because I was having the liaisons for election board already last time. And Chair Hanson made it clear that's a very informal meeting, and then within meetings, I understand that chairs can keep it somewhat informal. So I just want to be clear that I won't be like coming down on their neck to like fully follow Robert's rules. And be like, hey guys, do the basics, tell me who's present, who's not. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You do that. You want to work with me?
All right. We're still on minutes and allocations, Senator Ganesh?
Motion approved.
All right, there's been a motion to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations. Do we have a second? Senator Soup, seconded by Senator Soup for your non-discussion, Senator Wayne. Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing none, motion passes to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations. We are now moving back into unit reports. I believe TQCom is here. If y'all want to approach the podium. Y'all have the floor.
Hi, I'm Samantha. I'm one of the co-chairs of Transit Care Commission. I go by Samantha. Hi, my name is Chloe. I'm also the other co-chair for the Transit Care Commission. I usually name Brian. And just to give a little bit of background to ourselves, we want to introduce ourselves. We did this last quarter, but give some info like on what's happening with our board, events and projects that we're working on, and to let everyone know that we're a resource for queer students on campus. So our commission is an AS entity and an advocacy group dedicated to improving the status of queer and trans students on campus and in our IB community. And we mainly focus on events, funding, education, and amplifying queer voices. And I'm just gonna go through a huge list of stuff we've done this quarter. First, we had elections. We elected 5 new members, undocumented QT, disability, special projects, 2 emerging leaders. And we also welcomed 2 new members. They were both studying abroad in fall quarter, so we just got them situated like back in positions. One was QT BIPOC, the other was international. And we got them key access. They're like doing workshops to become Thori signers, and they're also helping out with events or creating their own. Next, we worked on improving the visibility of events via tabling, flyers, posters, media outreach. We had a trans and queer town hall. We had Arrow Ace and Lesbian Lounge, cat therapy visits. We had an Arrow and Ace karaoke night on CSGB. We had Lesbian Lounge, or we're having Lesbian Lounge beach walk and bagels on Sunday at 10 a.m. We did abundant making. We're planning a woman loving woman speed dating event probably in the spring. It's one of our newer members who's doing it, so they're still getting situated and we're helping them out with it. We did a totes and info with OSTEM. We're doing Winter Wonder Drive, which is this Friday at 8 to 10 p.m. in the USEN Hub. If you guys want to come, it's a free event, totally show up. There's also gift cards for gender affirming products and stuff like that are going to be given out for attending the event. I think it's like a raffle. Then tomorrow we're having a QC BIPOC Air Dry Ceramics event at the Cardinal Center at 6:30 to 8 p.m. If you guys want to come to, it's also free. And then we're creating a resource link to go live on our Insta. It's supposed to be like a highlighted story or just like a pinned post, just so people can like request resources or request like events or spaces that they want to see on campus. And then we also started the Peer Leadership Council meeting again with RCSGD, Kesha, OSTEM, Drive Club, and QT Grad Student Union. It's a gathering of trans and queer marginalized groups on campus where we share resources and fill each other in on current events on campus. So we're doing like a shared like Google Calendar and a bunch of stuff like that. Just that way we can like piggyback on each other's ideas, kind of help each other when we need resources or stuff like that. And then our external has been attending the MCC council meetings. They're at the same time as our meetings, so it kind of is hard with like the time conflict, but they've been trying to get that connection with MCC. And then some organizing for next quarter. I don't know if you guys know, but we do a big Pride Week event, second week of spring quarter. It's our biggest slew of events. So I'm gonna go through it, give you guys a little sneak peek on what we're doing. We figured out the Pride theme, but we're gonna announce that later. Sunday, we're gonna be roller skating, and it's also ACE Visibility Day, so we're gonna be doing cake decorating that day. We booked the space in the rec center for that. Monday is going to be a Glass Box Gallery event opening. Hopefully we can book that space, but we're looking into other places. That's going to be in collaboration with Pacific Pride Foundation in downtown Santa Barbara. It's their 50th anniversary, so it's going to be a really big kind of celebration, and we want to highlight local queer history, especially in Santa Barbara. And also there's a bunch of cool stuff stowed in the library apparently, so we're looking at that and hopefully getting student submissions for art as well. Monday, Tuesday, we're still figuring out the details for this, for the exact timing, but we're doing Hilteria. We bought cards from the RCSGD and we have this Facebook for the event, so that's gonna be really fun. It was a big success last year. Tuesday, we're thinking of doing a voguing workshop. We're still having a little bit of trouble reaching out to talent, so if anybody has any ideas, please let me know. And we're also thinking that day, if we don't get a voguing workshop working, we were thinking of doing like a decolonizing queerness event. So an industry panel or an indigenous panel, focusing on especially Native history here. Can we expose our event theme? Yeah, we can say. Okay. It doesn't need this room. But our theme this year is Pride Across America, and we thought that it would be inadequate and just like terrible if we didn't include Indigenous history in that American kind of thing. So we're looking into that, and we are also having trouble reaching out to like Indigenous boys on campus. So if anybody has any ideas, we'd love to hear them. Wednesday, we're having a double feature, Real Proud Movie Night. We picked 2 movies that we'll reveal later, but that's totally sorry, I feel like I'm just like, ooh, you'll find out later. Yeah, it's a surprise. Thursday, we're doing our fashion show. We do this every year. We figure out the themes. It's gonna be really fun, guys. And we're gonna post that closer to the event. But we opened up. I think we're waiting to post it because sometimes if we do it too early, people will like sign up and then they'll drop because they did it like way too early in advance. They don't know that they're actually clear or not.
Yeah, but it's a student fashion show, so we encourage you to show up and show out. Yeah. Friday's gonna be queer prom. We ordered the decor, booked the space. It's gonna be in the IVCC. It's gonna be really fun. Saturday's gonna be Queer Fest. Yeah, we're organizing vendors, performers in a sticker contest. So again, if anybody wants to participate and have like a small business there or is in a band, anything like that, apply to our thing. Yeah, it's on our Instagram. And then Saturday, of course, is our drag show. We're working on contracting with queens, organizing parking, security, ticketing, etc. The queen that we booked is gonna be really, really fun. I'm not gonna say their name right now, but I promise you, we will not be disappointed. If you look at our meeting minutes, you can stop. That's crazy. Don't look at our meeting minutes. Other things that we're doing for Pride, we're doing a T-shirt. We had commissioned one of my friends who's a queer artist. And honestly, their designs are really cool. You're all gonna be really
excited for that. I don't know. I feel like a lot of these things are just like in the future. We're also working on our 4th annual Utopia zine. This is going to some of our new members, so hopefully this can get them situated. I used to handle in the past. So hopefully, when we get like student arts, photo, poem, story submissions and stuff like that, it's gonna continue on after I graduate. And we're also working on a video project that we're gonna probably do throughout the 1st and 2nd week of spring quarter. We want to highlight both this UCSB student community, like getting testimonials and their stories. And also, Pacific Pride Foundation is working on getting video testimonials of the elderly lavender community in Santa Barbara. So it's gonna be really fun seeing that kind of like, I guess that dichotomy, especially if we can show it before our drag show. So it really highlight our, yeah. So we also have some questions, which I don't know if they're the most relevant to Senate per se, so you can always redirect us. But if anybody has any questions for us or any ideas, please let us know. Thank you.
All right, really quickly, for Indigenous orgs, I'm gonna list them out. I would suggest you write them down. So you can reach out to our center, which is the AIICRC. You can reach out to our student organization, AIISA. You can also reach out to CPOD, which is CPOD. I know that ISA has been a little bit inactive, but I know that like AIICRC has like more staff support. So if y'all are looking for like immediate contact, I can probably like alert students that are your mentors within the space. I would also suggest reaching out to CPOD. I would say literally all of our members are queer. Also for talent, I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, like some type of show. If you guys are looking for someone who is a speaker, who's an activist, I would definitely look out for Bay Davis. She is located in Los Angeles and has spoken at other UCs in the past. Is very vocal. I would definitely suggest reaching out to her. She's a poet, speaker, activist. Yeah. As for what was the questions that y'all had again?
Okay, sure. One of them was about if we could like hold fundraisers with other orgs, but they get all like the funds just because we have like a platform we could use. So maybe we could help. This is specifically in reference to the Pacific Pride Foundation. It's their 50th anniversary. So we're thinking that in addition to the kind of archive museum that we're doing, if people wanted to like donate funds towards their organization, they can. I don't know if there's any, I guess, rules about it.
Yeah, there are rules about it. From my understanding, y'all are allowed to uplift their fundraisers, but you're not allowed to be like, we are fundraising for them.
Okay, that makes sense.
Centerway?
My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chair, fundraising for a nonprofit, if all the funds that go to that nonprofit are allowed.
Oh, they are allowed?
That's what I was in meeting with CCOC.
Okay, cool.
So if Pacific Pride Foundation is like legally a nonprofit, I would definitely say check with the trans things, but I think it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll double check through like legal code with that. Is where.
Yeah, that wouldn't be in legal code, that would be in financial policy. You'd have to go to the actual like FNB website and look at their financial policy. Do we have any further questions? Anybody on Zoom? Oh, Senator Ganesh?
Are you guys also doing the thing where you like sponsor or like sponsor films that centers people?
Yeah, we just didn't mention it because we're
Yeah,
still.
we haven't mentioned all of our funding.
Yeah, and we haven't
things,
passed the motion yet either, but yeah. And that's supposed to, I think we're trying to show it,
That's gonna be our CSGD, I think both, like, they're gonna be kind of handling that, but it'll be in collaboration with us and that'll be sometime in spring quarter.
Yes, Senator Waidula?
In regards to specifically when it comes to your fashion show stuff, are you particularly looking for collaboration or people for like for designers or models or cars or any of this? You guys need like to help support the fashion show?
yeah, so how our fashion show usually works is that we come up with like a list of 5 themes, for example. And students can kind of like sign up for a theme or category that they want to, I guess, dress in. So it's all like student designs, it's all kind of based on what they are comfortable with. It's not like we're designing fashion for them. But if you have models, you know, that would like to like walk the runway, but If you could promote it to them, like, I would love that, because usually we have like a lack of, like, people sign up last minute, so we're always stressed out about, like, getting enough people.
Not to humble brag, but I won like a couple of years ago and I got to meet Monet Exchange and it was
Yeah.
super fun. So I would definitely suggest like
We always
participating.
have that VIP if we win a lip sync contest or something. like
Yeah.
that, or-
And I'm pretty sure I did like Stupid Bitch or some shit by Nicki Minaj. And it was so fun. It was so fun. I would suggest everybody do it. Yeah.
You could find.
Yes, Norway.
So just following up, I'm looking at the financial policy right now. To do fundraising yourself, you have to get your VC, you have to get an approved from the executive director.
Okay.
So fundraising yourself, have to go to the AS ticket office. There's somebody who is an AS finance committee member, honestly, I think the easiest route would be to fund their fundraising because there's
Yeah.
a lot of stuff, of hoops.
Yeah, if you're really
to
close to it.
fundraise yourself.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Senator Ganesh?
What are the tentative dates for your Queer?
Queer Fest will be April 12th. And that's around 12 to 3 p.m. Other question? Yeah, sorry, we have like a lot of questions, but again, we don't know if it's relevant to the.
No, go
entire
ahead.
Senate. So we were wondering if it was possible for us to allocate money towards things such as grants for gender affirming care. I think it's kind of a difficult situation because I know that at least for like AS and BCUs, we aren't really allowed to just give people money, which is essentially what I think people would like construe this as. So I just want to know like the limitations on that, especially because, well, I feel like we're all aware of like the politics right now, and I have heard about like possible cuts in UC funding, especially towards gender affirming care or limitations on that. So it's at least like our concern that we can't do more to help queer and trans students on campus. So.
Norway?
To my understanding, giveaways are allowed if you seek an exception.
Okay.
You don't need, so RCOs only get one exception, if you're a BCO, you get unlimited exception, you just have to come and ask, this exception used for this thing.
Okay.
And if you bundle all of the potential expenditures into one line item, or just say, we're gonna use an exception for this, like, BCOs come all the time, like, I want an exception for a giveaway, I want an exception for like t-shirts or something. As long as you ask for an exception, you should be.
Okay, yeah, because this would possibly be in collaboration with, I think, Health Equity.
Yeah.
So I think in RCO, I don't know if that's where any limitations lie, but.
Yeah, that might pose some limitations. I would just suggest figuring out exactly how much money y'all want to spend, going to F&B, asking for that exception, and then, yeah, putting it into place. But I think that involving an RCO would definitely make things a little bit more complicated on that end. Also, if y'all plan to spend above, what is it, like 15K, you have to go to F&B and ask for an exception or an approval at that. And I would definitely suggest putting more than 15K into those grants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And then also we wanted some clarity on like the AS policy regarding graduate student oriented events.
Yeah, we've noticed that. So I've been in a lot of peer leadership council meetings recently. There's a new club called Drag Club. It's a graduate student like started. But at least to my understanding, the Graduate Student Association only gives like $300 to graduate students per quarter to do any events. But I think the issue would lie in like associate students, only undergraduates get that money, right? The law completely only applies to undergraduate students as far as I'm aware. So if we allocate money, for example, like how we do with the RCFG, we give them 15,000 a year for their own kind of events. If we do something similar, like $3,000 a year for just graduate student like organizations, would we run into an issue for that?
Yes.
Yes, okay. It's a no-brainer.
I would say yes. I would say the way to go about that is make it a collaborative event, therefore like it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as it's also very clear, like this is open to all.
Yeah.
It should be chill. I would definitely suggest like reaching out to Chair saying, about any of those questions, and if anything does come up, they will definitely notify you.
Yeah. I think this is just for. Oh, yeah. We can do that about that. Oh, yeah, and then. Yeah. And then for the BCU award for winter, is it coming out of like our personal budget, like where does it allow? Okay,
Yeah, no.
okay, so how does it work?
Well, we're actually gonna be talking about that today.
You can also just check meeting minutes if that.
I would suggest it.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we were just wondering, especially just because we're reaching the like more towards the end of our budget and then we're gonna access rollover a little bit later. We were just wondering if that's like coming out of our.
No, it would not be coming out of your budget. Sorry, I'm like rereading all of the applications that was beautifully made by Councilmember Joe. Sorry, somebody say chair. Or am I turning? Okay, cool. Yeah, no, this would not be coming out of your own budget.
Okay,
Yeah.
alright, great, that's great to know. And then we have like one last question. We want to improve communication with AS Senate specifically. And I already kind of talked to Sandy about this. Should we always communicate anything that we have Senate related through our ECU liaison first, or should we, okay. And then what would the turnaround time be for responses or anything, or is that just kind of up to the person?
It depends. I
Okay.
mean, just like seeing how like midterms things get really chaotic for people, finals get really chaotic for people, like, I think it really depends. I would say though, like, if people have office hours, go to them. Senator Ganesh?
Also, we have, planning meetings Monday, every week, Monday, 4:30. But, a lot of VPs will drop in at that time.
Okay.
Because I will be running in the open before and after as well.
Yeah.
So, feel free to just drop. Do you guys have similar timing for your meetings?
Wednesday's 6:30.
So if you can, just drop in and we can talk about it.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good, thank you, yeah, and I think that's it, yeah, if you guys have any questions, yeah, please let us know if you have any questions or suggestions or anything like that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the public mental health commission.
One more quarterly report. I mean, yeah. UCID.
Yeah, they're another unit.
That's them.
Oh, PMHC?
No, UCIV.
No, I know that.
PMX is also.
No, yeah, I'm going through like the list of unit reports, sorry. I mean, if you guys wanna come to the podium and go ahead. UCIV?
Yeah, thank you.
What if I lose my mind? Bye.
Hello, my name is Samina Casillas. I am the chair of the CIB. So I'm just here for our quarterly report. Our representatives, 30 of us total, including myself and our media director, have completed a quarterly orientation along with CPR, first aid, and AED certification through the certification classes at the rec center. We have continued our weekly Friday and Saturday night shifts from 9:30 p.m. to 12:30 a.m. with more than half of the shifts staffed with enough representatives to have both our DP and Part All Center tents staffed along with patrols. The number of people that visit our tents ranges depending on how busy DP and IV is in general. But typically on calmer nights, we see 200 to 300 people at our tent. And on busier weekends, we see upwards of 500. As for snacks, water, Narcan, and fentanyl test strips, those are all resources that we have continued to provide at our tents. And throughout this quarter, I, alongside the EVPLA Owen Myers and our advisor Fernando Cuevas, have been preparing for Photopia to be present as a resource for people on that day as well. We are planning to have EMTs near our tent, and we are currently coordinating with IV Foot Patrol and the county for a location either at like Little Acorn Park or on DP. And that's about everything for our quarterly report. Is there any questions?
I wanna say that I hella appreciate y'all. Senator Iden?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing, like, so many times, like, you know, you're just kind of like drunk in Isla Vista, I need water. You guys are there. I will say just like, in regards to, Deltopia, like, as many tents as you guys can get. I know people like, obviously, like, I got scheduled last year to work, and you wanna go out, like, you know, if anyone's down, like, especially like, when there's one little acorn, you're like kind of stuck on the end of IV, and like, you have to go down that huge crowd, like,
So what we have done is we do like water carts. So we load like gallons of water and we drag the cart like on DP. By the time we go from Little Acorn and just like turn the corner onto DP, we run out of water. And like we're heading back and refilling.
yeah.
Which is crazy, but definitely understandable. There's so many people in Deltopia.
I do have a question about, it might be geared directly towards EVPLA Owen Myers. I know like Deltopia is approaching and I just wanted to check in. I know we talked about the possibility of having some type of like med tent or stationary like EMT, some type of service there. Is that still gonna happen? Is that still underway, or is that something that got dismissed and we're no longer
Yes.
considered an
Do
option?
you want to answer that, Samantha? or-
Yeah, we're still definitely trying to get EMTs. We're trying to get 3 to be exact from Ventura County.
Okay,
Yes.
and they would be positioned like on DP essentially.
Well, we're still coordinating the DP location with Ivy Hill Patrol in the county. We get permission in order to be on DP.
Okay, that's dope. I'm happy to hear that y'all are still pursuing that. Senator Ganesh?
Thank you so much for you guys. You're really the lifesaver in this party town. But my question was, I don't know if this comes under your jurisdiction, but I know you guys provide water. Do the porta potties come under your jurisdiction, or is that something you can talk to about the county? Because from last 2 years, they've been decreasing.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's like not within the jurisdiction of UCID, but from what I know, there have been like efforts, I think it's a part of the DPLA to get more bathrooms on DP, but it's not supported by IB Patrol or.
Would that be IBCRC?
Like, is this, sorry,
We're talking about the porta potty situation.
the porta potty situation, like on DP, I believe the sheriff, that's why I'm very anti, like, having anything on DP.
Okay, so they want us to continue to fall off the cliff.
No, they wanna give us orders for missing it.
This is disgusting. Yeah. Yes, Senator McClintock?
Hello, I just wanted to say thank you to Samira. I work at Pardell Center and I see the work that she puts in every day. So thank you for coming in your report. One thing I wanted to bring attention to, I don't know if you brought it up, but like sometimes people will come into Pardell Center and ask about volunteer opportunities. So if anyone's like, I need a volunteer opportunity, UCIB accepting, and I think that's something that like we could spread the word because I know they would always appreciate the volunteers. But yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know about that as well. But thank you, Samira.
Shout out to our very involved Senate. Love y'all. Senator Kassendi?
About the porta potties on DP, what? Why do they say, so they're saying no to porta potties on DP?
But from what I heard, like more bathrooms, and I think Owen could speak a little bit more on that.
Yeah, so when it comes to like more bathrooms, I just think, so like on like, can I give some context as well, like when it comes to like, that like relationship?
Yeah, do you want to approach the podium just so the owl could hear you?
Yeah. Like, as for like the bathroom situation and everything, so Samina and I and Fernando have all been working, like talking with Eleanor to coordinate like a position on Walter Capps Park. That is like been the main thing. 2 years ago, UCIB was stationed on Delphi during Deltopia. However, that was like the first ever UCIB shift ever. And so upon like a shift change happening and just running a lot of water, like they just left. But ever since then, historically, the sheriff has been very anti having UCIB or anything for that matter, like on DP, which like virtually I worked Deltopia last year, we both did. And there were no water stations on DP. The only water that was being given out was by UCIB and other sort of student organizations and just other volunteer organizations. So like we did not see any water. Like Tesla like was very explicit about the fact that he's very like bathrooms, like porta potties on DP because he says it incentivizes like people coming to DP and partying. So that's like that was like a big thing. It was a big thing.
Partying in the bath?
Like the same thing now.
Sure.
I did want to ask if If we situate porta potties on the parks, would that provide like a different outcome? Like, let's say instead of putting porta potties on the street, we're putting them within like the parks
Yeah,
throughout.
no,
street?
the parks and foot patrol work very closely together. Basically, anything foot patrol, like, is like, if this is gonna happen, the parks will defer to foot patrol.
We should go like that. Senator Sunny?
Okay, in my conversations with, Eleanor, she's basically saying that like porta potties or any bathrooms on DP will help prevent cliff falls, because then people don't go off and pee off the side of the thing and fall off the cliff, like the book.
Right.
I mean, like, how, has it been conveyed to the sheriff, like, does he know?
Yes,
that
yeah,
this-
the sheriff is very well aware. I mean, like every EVPLA, like over the course of
Yeah.
like 3 years now, like has like told them that this
Has
is
he,
something bad.
is Eleanor, like Supervisor Cap's office, been aware that the sheriff is refusing to put?
Yes, I mean, they come to every safe meeting where the sheriff like publicly announces this and everyone asks him questions and everything. It's just historically, no, like it's just his decision at the end of the day. It's just his unilateral decision.
That is so weird. Senator Sunny?
What, does Supervisor Caps have a workaround around this, or is it just kind of like what he says goes, because to me that does not seem like okay.
It really is a situation where they kind of want to live in like neutrality with each other. For example, when it came, I was gonna mention this like a bit in my report, but I can touch on it a little bit, which was like the restorative justice suspension. When it came to that and talking to the office, like the office is basically just non-responsive to anything, like I said, about restorative justice. They just like didn't want to engage in it because they just want to defer basically to foot patrol as well. It's like same as the parks, everything they want, they believe that foot patrol will just run it the way they run it. And so they don't want to fight against the SB County Sheriff Office. So they just want to like, basically just let foot patrol do what foot patrol does. It's the same thing with like UCPD, because you see it, UCPD loses jurisdiction as soon as they step into IV. That like, so when you have like multiple restorative justice programs, but the main one that's like utilized during Dartopia is an IV, it kind of just gives foot patrol just like the power to like suspend all restorative justice programs.
Okay. Okay, sorry about.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I know this is a constant effort you guys are having, and I came to that, big town hall with all the infrastructure, all the things. And they are also not corporate, and I'm really thankful that you guys are continuing to fight about this. Because I don't want to go to jail, I don't want to pick on a bush, and so I would request you to continue to fight for us. Thank you so much for all of it.
Of course, and I'll get more on this later, but there will be another town hall very soon. And more know your rights workshops and things like that. So thank you for that.
Would UCIV ever consider partnering with, I guess like alternative spaces to have like porta potties essentially, like talking about like, what is it, like the church that's like on Swingo, situating a porta potty within like their space, or like maybe reaching out to any of the housing co-ops. Maybe just taking away that focus from Del Playa while also still providing the service overall.
There have been, so there are like certain restrooms, like there's obviously like the restroom that is.
Aniscoyo Park, yeah.
Yeah.
There's that restroom, and there is a porta potty on DP technically, and at the very, very end of DP, like you're getting close to Sea Lookout Park.
Yeah.
There are porta potties there, so what we've done for the most part is we've been directing people to actual bathrooms when we can, like when they ask. Also the Pardall Center, when there is staff there, like when we have UCIV staff there, we have the Pardall Center open, so people can go to the bathroom as well.
Sure. Okay, sorry.
Just want to add to what everything is doing about penetration of the housing costs and the Dolores on top of the package. I thought we should go to the future.
There's another question also.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Co-op would be a good, that's, thank you for that suggestion.
They're not on center.
You can still.
Sydney, is there a reason why your hand is up?
Oh, no, I don't have a question. I was just saying PMHC is on Zoom to present. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Senator Reed?
Yeah, I have a few questions. One of them is really stupid, and I acknowledge that before. Okay, first and foremost, I'm really excited about this value so much, but actually, genuinely, what you guys do, I think is one of the most important things that is on the campus, because no matter what at any college level, they're gonna be doing exactly what they've been doing here especially, so thank you guys. So every time I talk to anyone about trying to prevent what this guy is doing, the children justice, they've pretty much been like, he's a real hardhead, she's not about to listen to anyone, like, honestly, you don't need that. So I kind of wanted to gauge what you guys think, and I know we talked about doing a survey on Sunday, and I just want your opinion on whether or not you think that would actually doing it.
So to give my opinion on that, speaking with Tesla, like over the course of these months and also like after like IBSAFE and PD network meetings. I do not think it would change his opinion at all because he's sort of like, and I quote said at the last meeting, I don't care if I have to be the bad guy to like students, I will do it if it's what I believe will benefit public safety. So it doesn't, I don't think student sentiment like matters necessarily. I just think that's not something that's factoring into like that main decision. It's just his belief that it will be an effective deterrent.
Yes, Narmi?
Okay, also just to make sure, this is.
Sheriff Brown's the county sheriff.
Okay,
Tesla is the sheriff, basically the lieutenant of Miami. Garrett Tesla, it's TSESSLA.
okay. And then. No, I'm sorry. This is for my student question. Would it be possible to take money out of Senate unallocated and then use that to just put the porta potties there without permission, or is that not?
No.
I told you what this is question.
They would just take it out.
They
They would
just
literally
forcibly
just remove it.
But how are they gonna remove the people? They can't just pick up a porta potty and move it like that's.
But they also low-key
will.
can't.
I would
But will
think they would have
they?
doing
It's a porta potty. I said it
Yeah.
was a question. I did say.
No, yeah, valid idea, like, sure, like, yeah, let's just put the porta potties there anyway. However, I also see that like damaging. The problem is with that is that UCIB often like has to like work with foot patrol, right, in a professional like relationship standpoint, because we have Camino Pescadero Park, right, that we just function on.
Yeah.
And so straining that relationship by like basically just like kind of illegally placing porta potties, not only is that gonna make the recreation and parks district mad, which is just like an unrelated group. Yes, they defer to foot patrol, but they're gonna be the ones that are made mad, and then they're gonna be able to justify, well, you guys like also did that to the parks district, like, and you were targeting the parks district in particular, because you did that like without them knowing. And then that becomes like a whole other situation, so.
Yeah. Sorry, I did.
I was just thinking like a long-term project, I don't know if you guys have, I feel like it's probably you thought about at one point is looking into constructing like a new public restroom facility in collaboration with Parks and Rec. I don't know if like some of those lots are like owned by like private owners or if they're with the city.
Yeah, it's case by case.
Yeah.
Either owned by the city or the parks themselves.
Yeah.
I know they just built that one and they're interested in building more. That is something I've been talking with them about, but it just seems, they're also like very low on funding.
Yeah,
So,
I think that'd be a good, something I think most people would be open to, putting money towards. It's also porta potties are gross. Those are nasty.
Yeah. Sarah Dolly.
Thank you guys also for all the work that you do. It's super appreciated. Not for me though, I'm underage. But, so back to the porta potties, I know that like you guys don't really have control over that, but what are the odds that you guys would be able to work with someone to at least like stabilize them? I mean, I know they're kind of yucky and gross, but like people just knock them over, it's even more yucky and gross. So like, is there anything that can be done about that?
I would have to like talk to the county more specifically. Here's the main issue too, which is why we wanted to be stationed at Walter Camps Park, is that everything is centralized at Little Acorn.
Yeah.
The loop, everything, the loop is a funnel in the DP, like, yeah, that is true. But there is like a distinct lack of safety resources like anywhere else. So like, part of like the whole point was like, hey, county, could you let us like station at this park, because we'll give out Narcan and food and snacks and everything else. To like just give to like local students in an area that does not like contain any of those safety stations. So like when it comes to like securing them, yeah, that would be like a separate conversation, but that's actually, yeah, that's something to bring up because I do know that was a problem last year and the year before and the year before. So,
I can point out, I noticed two on the.
yeah,
Or at least on my last.
there are like two total
Yeah.
in the entire street. So maybe even consistently, just like not even Deltopia, yeah, looking forward.
Yeah, just recognizing that like lack of accessible bathrooms does impact AFAB people a lot. Sorry, Ganesh. Last comment, because we only have an hour left and we have a lot to get through.
Okay. I just want to piggyback of what Sandra items and if there's any way we can try to do a project. And I was inspired, I'm thinking of the lake project, but like inspired by that, something more permanent and non-porta potty, like actual bathrooms somewhere further in DP, or if they're having issues with DP somewhere, at least Central and Ivy. I really like to work with you on that. And I know you guys will probably be next to the park in the roof, but if you can really push to get permission for like dog shed, or I think it's called Sea Lookout officially.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please, because really no one's walking all the way there.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your work.
Oh, yeah, we will try our best. We have been contacting Eleanor pretty consistently about that. And regardless of anything, I believe we will have EMTs like at Deltopia themselves. Like they're not like really the problem with the problem is like, I can't really confirm the EMTs like address that they're even gonna come to if they're gonna be like, oh, I'll get back to you about Walter Gaps Park or a Sea Lookout Park. So, but either way, we'll move forward with that field time.
All right, thank you so much. All right, moving into.
Yeah, hi. Sorry, I'm Maya. I'm one of the co-chairs for PMHC. Do you have the presentation that I sent in? Otherwise, I can just read it.
I did not receive that, but I also have not had access to my email in a bit. Oh, I don't have access to the Senate thing. Who does? Holly, by any chance, do you have access to that?
I emailed it to Holly directly as well.
Yeah, let me pull that up 1 second.
Holly, also, can you send this to myself or Senator Butler so we can add on to the agenda?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, I thought I had the right document, but I don't think I do. Sydney, do you mind resending it to me?
I can resend it to your email real quick.
Thank you.
Oh. It's so funny. How long have you been saying? Yeah.
Freshman year of high school.
Oh, okay, so for a minute. That's so. We mostly do like,
Great.
All right, it's on the board.
Okay, great, thank you. So yeah, we're the Public and Mental Health Commission. Super quick, our mission statement. The AS Public and Mental Health Commission is a body concerned with the healthcare and mental health of UCSB undergraduate students. The commission aims to address relevant public health issues and work to maximize the health and mental health of UCSB students through student-run projects in coordination with student health, CAPS, and other relevant entities, and will advocate and serve as a point of reference for other health and mental health entities on campus. Its purpose is to promote the awareness of student health and mental health concerns in our community and take direct action to address and combat them accordingly. So as far as events this quarter, we did a tabling at Cosweb's Winter Wellness Wonderland. We did a plate smashing event where students wrote with Sharpie on like ceramic plates, and were able to like smash them into a kiddie pool. That was a huge hit. People had a lot of fun with that, and we've kept a lot of the materials to hopefully redo this at some of our bigger events in the spring. We did a Valentine's Day like crafting with Aesop. That was just kind of like a fun event that people could come have some snacks, do like flower bouquets, card making and stuff. Just today we did our like quarterly midterm tabling in the Arbor where we handed out blue books, energy drinks, snacks. We handed out a lot of like emergency, like stress release teas and stuff, kind of focused more on like health products rather than like the normal like Yerbs and Celsius moments. This Friday, we have a sleep hygiene workshop in collaboration with Health and Wellness. Our international student liaison has planned and done a lot of research into healthy sleep practices, and we're handing out like eye masks and stuff. And I know they're doing a meditation and yoga activity. Our events coordinator for the end of the quarter is doing a vision boarding for winter reflection and like spring planning. And then our public health special projects coordinator in collaboration with Students for Reproductive Justice did our sexual health resources info session where we had Angie Manjana and another registered nurse at Student Health come and talk about the resources on campus, specifically the ones related to the reproductive justice program that we run. As far as our bigger like collaborative projects this quarter, we finalized the bill for the mental health first aid subcommittee that would kind of been in discussion since the spring. We came to a conclusion with Cosweb about the subcommittee and maintaining like practices with subcommittees, not giving them honoraria. And so we're also continuing working on the MOU with that. That's hopefully going to streamline the funding from the wellness cluster because it is something we like pay for and host every quarter. Otherwise, we kept our relationships with Gouches for Recovery going. We're in the process of planning a fundraising 5K for them in the spring. That's going to be like a bigger event. Kind of anytime we meet with them, their main concern is that they really don't have the funding that they need to get stuff done. And so we want to be able to help with that any way we can. And hopefully the 5K will also kind of bring awareness to the fact that they don't have this funding from the school directly. And then the reproductive justice program, we had the information session. Obviously, we're having the kind of constant issue of advertisement. A lot of students either don't know what it is or we can't like fully tell them what it is because of the same kind of issues politically that I think a lot of other orgs are facing in the realm of healthcare. We can't like be fully honest about what the program is covering, where that money is coming from. But we continue to fund the program and advertise it as best we can. Yeah. In April, we're hoping to plan an event for Overdose Prevention Week during week 1 or 2. We're in the process of planning a mental health art showcase and like performance event that students can showcase their art. Hopefully we're gonna have some bands and stuff and just kind of do like a fun outdoor activity. In May, we'll have our annual mental health conference, which is pretty much our large event of the year. It's like a day-long conference at the SRB on a Saturday in May. We had quite a few applications for the subcommittee, so we're hoping to have a good group of people be able to plan this year. And then again, we have that 5K in the process of planning. So, and then pictures of what we've done this quarter. So, yeah.
Do you have any questions? All right, I don't see that we have any questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, Now, moving on to Zero Waste Committee, do we have any representatives in the room with us right now? Or on Zoom? No, I think that they're sending their report via, via email. All right, let's now move into, I guess like reviewing the COC. I'm sorry, there was just like not much there, so. I'm gonna read the COC, winter 2025 Senate report that they've submitted. It's on the agenda. Committee impact. The Committee on Committees is the associated students of UCSB's primary entity responsible for the advertisement and recruitment of ASBCU members. This quarter so far, the Committee on Committees website has had over 30 applicants for various positions. We are working with 4 BCUs to advertise and recruit for the positions and have helped TSA fill their remaining positions. Currently, the COC is working to fill the Ivy Arts Board, EBPSA, and Liaison Committee and EBPLA. Members of our outreach and recruitment team table weekly at the Arbor. If a BCU you're a part of is looking to fill any positions, please fill out the spreadsheet here or contact any member of the committee. And we'll try our best to complete your request promptly. Additionally, the Committee on Committees is responsible for maintaining a positive climate within UCSB AS. COC has worked hard to improve outreach within the association through attending events such as the AS Quarterly, President's Cabinet meetings, and other BCU meetings as needed. The committee is hosting the Winter Chairs meeting on February 19th to give a platform for BCUs to discuss current issues. That's early today. The committee has also remained in contact with the Liaison Committee, the Internal Vice President's Office, and various senators to provide input on changes within the association appointment process. Right. COC remains open to maintaining a positive climate within AS. And if you'd like to come into a Committee on Committees meeting or discuss an issue, please contact either COC's internal chair, Damon, or external chair, Sasha. Okay. Upcoming projects. In the winter quarter, the COC will be hosting the winter quarter chairs meeting, that's today, and working to contribute to an AS recruitment fair in the spring. Nice. This report in no way reflects the holistic responsibilities, actions, and activities of the Committee on Committees. Countless details are left out due to time and space constraints. The committee continuously works hard to aid the recruitment, attention, and climate of UCSB AS. Nice. Now moving into, honestly, let's just go into committee reports. Does outreach want to go first?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Wait, it's
Actually, I want to go first.
to clarify, it's
Question
not,
to the chair? Yes.
Well, we're going into issue about the part of this of the entirety of the meeting.
Are they here? Are they here?
it's,
The person giving the,
You can-
okay, yeah, y'all can go first. President's Cabinet's report, yay!
Thanks so much.
Wait, are we picking them today? Because I reviewed it and there was options.
Yes, so let me start.
Yay!
So today we're announcing the president's intent of nomination. According to the implementation plan set by the Senate, it's all subject to a week of public comment periods. So today we are just using the floor of Senate to announce it and asking you all to give us feedback if you have any. So all those are not final, they are all subject to change, but those are what the task force have recommended and the president has made clear of her intention. So let's start with the introduction. Well, my name is Minjun. Good to see you all. It's Mira.
I'm the Pyramid Fellow for the Office of Student President, and I'll be here to help him due to conflict of interest for one of the subcategories.
Yes, very important. And she has been a great help for the entire project. So if you can just open the our report, please. Right, so it's 16 pages.
Yes,
but
it
I
is.
tend to divide, so I'm not going to read every single about them. I'll just go over the key details.
Thank you.
Of course. So in terms of the summaries, well, it's just who we are recommended to give awards and our reasoning. There are some more recommendations, but we'll bring that out towards the end of our presentation. So our first subcategory, which is the most competitive one, is student well-being. The metric standard as set by Special Senate is contribution to the well-being of student bodies through mental health support, social engagement, or resources that contributed to students' physical, emotional, and mental health. So for this subcategory, we are recommending to approve, well, I can build this phrase, so I just go without it. So we are recommending to go with it's match with the Commission on Student Wellbeing. Our main reason is that they have a good budget execution rate. It's slightly on the higher side, but all of the events as listed in the report itself, they are consequential, and their per student cost is relatively low. So in a sense, they are the best return of the money, the students' money. So they have a proposed budget, including on the order of 17,000. They spent about a total of about some quarter 23,000. So that's about 130% of budget execution rate. Considering it's about last summer, we feel that's all right. So I won't read into other events, but if you want, it's in there, you can read it. And then we have the applicant fee. So for all the BCO, we do not recommend it for the award, we'll use a pseudonym for it, so we won't any help with this.
Yeah, I see that. I'm like, who's applicant B?
So I think we believe they are also doing good work. However, our main concern was their budget execution rate, which is 39%. In their application, they mentioned that a lot of their projects quickly become filled up once the sign up was open. And due to that, we felt there can be better utilization of the budget about their events, which are also reflected in our formal written awarding opinion. So there are applicants stay. So that's a very special one. The
Right.
work, if I may say so, is as a matter of fact most influential among all the applicants for the subcategory. However, the problem is that after careful reviewing of the legal code, they are an extension of an executive office. They are not a BCU. Therefore, as the outstanding BCU award happens to us, only BCU will not recommend them for the award. And then, since Global Culture Commission applied for the professional and academic development subcategory, I have excused myself from the duration of that. So we are here, we'll talk about it.
Hi, I'm here. So, we're just gonna go over this quickly in respect to everyone's time, since I know that it's been a long day. The award team, after careful review of all of their events, noticed that they have, in respect to several categories such as outreach, cost efficiency, we recognize, the importance of, the Global Galaxy Commission and the work that they're doing. And we, pushed for, our opinion was that they've demonstrated the commitment to enhancing, the community that they're supposed to provide for. And just such a beautiful comprehensive report by Councilmember Zhao that you can quickly go over. Everything is carefully written, so you can show, and if you have any questions, of course, you can ask us and we'd be happy to answer any of the things. So we just found that the award team wants to nominate, and the president also has pushed for the nomination of the Global Galaxy Commission in terms of the professional and academic development subcategory, and they were the only ones who applied. So in terms of giving the award, we are pushing to allow them to receive the award. For the next subcategory, which is the last one, is representation to the marginalized communities. We found that after careful review of the Transit Fair Commission, we are pushing also to forward them, to accept the BCU award. As a nominee for the BCU reward, as they are champion for marginalized communities, communities, especially certain, initiatives that we found incredibly important, such as the Queer and Trans Disabilities Advocacy Coordinator, which is someone who, has worked with disabled and is queer, is an important and often overlooked, part of being queer and being disabled. Sexuality is a very important, part of that is often overlooked. So we have noticed that, as this quarter was the first quarter, it was sort of a, pilot program, yes, and we have, admitted, we have written at the end that there are areas of improvement for the award, mainly that most of the BCUs did not, really know the existence of the award, often didn't know until it already closed. So we have an uneven distribution of the applicants across the 3 award subcategories, with the student well-being one obviously oversubscribed. In order to encourage other wider participation and achieve a more balanced representation of the subcategories for future quarters, we plan to intensify our outreach efforts, and we would love to hear any feedback. We're quickly closing the report. Thank you so much.
Okay, Senator Iden. Oh, sorry.
Just a little bit before we move into that, thanks so much, you guys, as well. So we have gone through our recommendation for improvements of ourselves, and throughout the work process, we have found a recurring theme, which is a relatively low budget execution rate among the BCUs. There are layers of reasons to it. 2 most importantly, first, a lot of BCUs do not have a comprehensive knowledge of their budget and how to spend it. Oftentimes, they will just literally don't know how many money they have and can be spent upon. But perhaps more importantly, it's the second reason, which is how BCUs spend anything, literally anything. You need to pay for the merchants yourself and then wait for the requisition process, which in good case scenario will be 3 weeks. In bad case scenario, as happened to me before, it took 3 months. So that's a huge discouragement for actually using the budget. And I think Senate would be the best body to propose a solution to that. As I said, we welcome any question, comment, please.
We have 30 minutes left in this room. Okay, Senator Iden.
2 questions. So for applications, where should I direct BCUs to go? And then the other one is just like put on your radar. I just got out of the IC meeting. I was just like dogging on them for their minutes, but like they do a really good professional development. Like they had a packed room doing like these whole like investment portfolios. It was super killer. Just to put that on your team's radar. But where should I direct them?
Yeah, so for this quarter, we have sent out association-wide email. That's we look forward to work with the advocacy committee directly to outreach to more BCUs. So we will do this in the spring quarter. I'll personally reach out to the chairs of advocacy committee as well as the Asian committee to gather as much help as we can have. And for the second question, that's also part of the publicity problem. They may be well equipped to apply for the award, but they just don't know.
Senator Iden.
But is there like an email I should be giving BCUs to go through this application process, or?
It's a Google form for application.
Okay, yeah, got it. Thank you.
Senator Bernstein.
Yeah, just quick question. I saw you nominated the commission, or the president nominated Commission on Student Wellbeing for the student wellbeing category or subcategory. Was that a competitive decision, or do you expect like the namesake to earn this? Like, is this, yeah, I guess is it competitive?
It's certainly a competitive process, and the name is just purely a coincidence. We have reviewed all the qualified applications carefully, and the main reason we recommend the president to nominate COSWAP is because their first budget execution rate, 2, their low cost per student cost per events, and 3, just the amount of events and the amount of student surveys they have created.
All right, any further questions?
No.
All right, cool. Thank you guys. Is this for who?
It's so much work.
Councilmember John, can you clarify to me, these are the concrete decisions of the president, right?
Those are her intention of nomination.
So these are not the official nominations yet.
Those are not, well,
Thank you.
yeah, so next week will be, after hearing also public comment, will be back with the candidate nomination.
So the public comments will be happening next.
Public comment will happen between this week and next week's Senate.
Period.
So it's next week's Senate will come be back with a candidate decision.
Period. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't wanna be that guy, but moving on. Committee reports? Outreach, please.
Yeah, Chair. Just a very,
Yes, Senator Law.
very quick explanation. This was not drafted by any senator on the committee. This is our federal policy analyst that here to do his job.
It's okay. He is someone within the committee giving a report
Yeah,
on
just-
what the committee is
Yeah.
doing. I feel like.
This is
it.
also.
Ah.
I'm kidding.
We only have 20 minutes left. Go ahead.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Neil Harder. I'm presenting on behalf of the Outreach Committee.
Yes.
I'm presenting on behalf of the Outreach Committee. Basically, I don't want to waste your guys' time. I just think that there's some things that need to be brought to your attention that you guys potentially have the power to influence, or at least do something to, prevent. So currently, as you guys know, the Trump administration is in the process of basically issuing a grand scale effort at removing all DEI initiatives throughout different universities on and in California, for example, but throughout the entire United States as a whole. I did share a document with you guys that has a comprehensive analysis of the different issues that are at hand currently. I do believe that most of you guys have access to it. As it appears on my screen, people are slowly talking in, so there you go. As opposed to addressing the names of the executive orders and each one of them, I'm basically just gonna tell you guys what I've just heard. As a very abstract view, I suppose you could say, but certainly something that needs to be, you guys need to be aware of. Basically, there are multiple federal agencies in the process of literally currently canceling federal contracts. One of them is the NSF, the National Science Foundation. One of them is the NIH, the National Institute of Health. Actually, as a matter of fact, the NIH just recently did a massive budget cut that is affecting University of California and multiple other universities throughout the nation. And that is being implemented across the entire wave of federal agencies. NSF is another one that has just issued a report this morning, actually, which I was going over just a few minutes ago, because it's a 43-page long report that is very, very comprehensive, you could say, because they're obviously making a grand effort here at trying to target every single vestige of DEI, if you will. The report that I'm looking at, which is linked in my report as a sublink, lists things like status, social justice, gender, race, environmental justice, which are broad categories, but it's purposely made broad so that they have as much leverage as possible to start canceling grants and things like that. So basically, what you guys need to be aware of is there are potentially multiple different research initiatives that are occurring on our campus, and students that are getting funded through these research initiatives, which have DEI type names in them and or are in and of themselves DEI related research projects. For example, the Benjamin Banneker project within the DEI module of the University of California's website potentially falls under this DEI category overview of projects that are going to be potentially canceled. So that's just one example. My job was to basically come up with what the federal government's going to be doing. And I believe that there already is a grand scale effort at basically targeting as many different Benjamin Banneker-like programs as possible. I wasn't tasked with figuring out all of the different UCSB programs that fall under this like description of DEI. That's the next step. first step was the federal policies perspective. But then our next step is to identify the different programs within UCSB that are going to be affected. As a suggestion to you guys, I think that obviously, once we have more data on the different categories of, or the different programs that fall under this pretty broad category, we're gonna be able to hopefully provide a list to you guys of, you know, students and research projects and initiatives that are happening on campus that fall potentially under this overview, if you will. So that's the first thing, is basically, for lack of better words, start thinking about what you guys are gonna do to potentially make up for the fact that there's going to be quite a few different research projects on campus that are going to be either have their funding removed or have the parameters of them affected in some capacity. That's number one. Number two is, as I'm sure you guys are aware, there was an issue last year with the previous president in regards to some anti-Semitic actions, if you will. That's gonna probably come up again this year, mainly because one of the executive orders that was issued by the Trump administration was another, you know, grand scale effort at reviewing all previous anti-Semitic cases throughout all universities. And because any cases that relate to anti-Semitism specifically, and because that issue did come up last year, there's a potential that it's going to come up again this year throughout the investigation. And the way that I look at this is basically, if it does come up and the University of California, Santa Barbara is basically put under, for lack of better words, a microscope in regards to the anti-Semitic issue, then there's a possibility that there will be, if you will, like a broader analysis of the school in general. So when I say that, I mean, like, if the government's looking at us because of something that happened last year in regards to anti-Semitism, and they already are motivated to stop DEI, then they're probably going to conduct a more comprehensive analysis of the DEI initiatives that are occurring on campus. That's the way that I looked at it, and that's basically the bulk of what I have for you guys today.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Senator Sunday?
I'm trying to understand the anti-Semitism thing. Like, are you I just feel like, even though we're under the microscope, what do you think the federal government will constitute as anti-Semitism, like, in regards to DEI?
Oh, I think that the main link is that I think that if the government is analyzing the UCSB for one thing, right? Okay, let me give you some context. Only universities that receive $1 billion of funding or more are going to be, those are gonna be the ones that come up under the federal government's immediate analysis. Basically, like, they're prioritizing schools that receive $1 billion of funding or more. UCSB, I believe, receives 137 million total from federal government. However, the University of California as a system completely receives like $13 billion. Now, the idea here is that, and this is me doing a lot of like connecting dots where things are very, very ambiguous. Because the administration is being purposely ambiguous. They want as much leverage as possible so that they can, like I mentioned, just do things with as much power as possible, if you will. But basically, the way I look at it is the University of California is certainly going to come under review. Like, they received $13 billion of funding. Like, we're certainly going to come under review for DEI. Now, because of the makeup of the UC system, I don't necessarily know if the federal government's going to require that UC, the grand entity which operates its own DEI initiatives, is going to be the sole entity that's investigated, or if the sub entities of the university are going to be investigated as well, including UCSB, UCLA, UC Irvine, all of these various ones. Now, because the Trump administration has leverage in the way that they investigate things, the way that I see it, and the connection that I'm making between the DEI policies and the anti-Semitism issue, is that if the university, which is unique in the argument of the anti-Semitism, in its anti-Semitism realm, I suppose you could say, because of what happened last year, is that we are going to come under specific federal investigation because of that. Because of that thing in and of itself. And my thought process is that if the university comes under investigation specifically for that, then the Trump administration might as well, in theory, might as well use full leverage while they're investigating us to then push for the DEI policy investigation initiative reform, if you will. That's the link that I'm trying to make. Now, of course, that's not stated anywhere. You know, they're not gonna say that. But that's kind of like me digging and trying to understand what the Trump administration's most likely the outcome of their investigative, their investigative maneuvers are gonna be.
All right, thank you. We don't have time for any more questions. Senator Scoop? I ask that you please just keep it under 5 minutes,
I can do that.
period.
I only have 3 things.
Yay!
I do kind of need feedback. So that's all.
All right, go ahead.
So first thing, the major thing, me and my committee. Liaison committee have been working on pro-staff relations, and we kind of came to the idea that we need to have a meeting between Senate and pro-staff. My idea, I don't know if this is gonna happen, depends how busy I get. Week 9, theoretically, maybe Friday morning, having a event potentially chaired, potentially by me and Marissa, talking about communication between Senate and pro staff. It would be a way for everyone to kind of get to know each other. It's not necessarily a mandatory thing. You know, there would be food provided, so people are like motivated to come. That's kind of the time that I was told would work best for most people. If y'all think that's not good, let me know. I know Friday, sometimes people like to travel, so. Or like weeknight, if that's a problem as well. I also like to hear about that. Talking to Marissa, we said that there should probably be a topic of the meeting, so we decided on communication as a topic for this quarter. If I get this done next quarter, or if I get this done this quarter, next quarter, I want to do another kind of meeting in the same vein. Do another time in the day, so pro staff that are on campus on Fridays could show up. So we have like a bunch of new faces that can come, and then have a new topic. So that's the plan right now. Other 2 things. I just want to relay a couple things that I've heard from pro staff. I was invited by Marissa to go on Tuesday from, I think it's 10 to 11:30. Every other Tuesday, 10 to 11:30, they have a meeting with all of the advisors. And I pulled up, and if y'all want to pull up too, that'd be super fun. If you can't pull up, I'll probably be there in 2 weeks. So if there's something you want me to say, I can say it for you. I know they really appreciate having some of us show up. I think it shows that like we care. 2 things they mentioned to me that I also want to relay to the Senate. Number 1 is Slack. I think we should try and make an effort to get back on Slack. I know it's been a challenge in the past, but if that's something that the Senate would consider, I think that would be good because Slack is a more formal way of communication that I feel would be better with the association. But again, I understand there's been issues in the past. Related to that, recently found out I was not on the ASUCSB Slack, and also recently found out a lot of y'all are not on the ASUCSB
Yeah,
Slack.
none of us are.
So
It wasn't
I'm-
allowing me to invite people into the Slack.
So I'm gonna like send an email saying, like, giving the link. So y'all can join, because that is the way you can directly communicate with pro staff. And it's faster than email, because you're just like texting each other, but you're like not texting, but like, you know, and they prefer, a lot of pro staff prefer Slack. So it's better to have formal communication on that platform. So watch out for my email on that, and I will find you if you're not on the ASUCSB Slack.
Period.
So that's another thing. Last thing, something I've heard come up is I'm guilty of doing this. I think we're all guilty of doing this, but last minute additions onto the agenda. We're all students. We'll get it like Tuesday night. That's usually when I wrap up my legislation. But I think we need to consider limiting the last minute additions onto the agenda. A lot of times it's pressing. A lot of times it's things that need to happen.
like at this time, like sometimes like the VC was there, like we need, like, you know, to speed things up. I totally get that. But I think it's something we need to think about for the future in terms of transparency, in terms of relevant stakeholders, in terms of pro staff relations as well, just making, something I've heard multiple times from multiple different groups. I've had VCs that are upset, I've had pro staff that are upset, I've had like, students that are upset.
I'm upset.
You're upset,
Don't do it to me.
I'm upset, you know, but I get it. But I think it's something we need to think about limiting. I'm gonna probably start piping up a little bit more. You might hear me be like, hey, is it really, do we really need to do this right? Like, let's wait another week, especially if it's a resolution, because resolutions pass day of. You're gonna have like an hour notice and then pass it in the same breath. So, but I get it, you know, some of these resolutions are like political issues that are happening like as we speak, and the political atmosphere is changing every day. So totally understand that. Just something for us to think about. Yeah.
Period. I would suggest scheduling that weeknight thing immediately, so everyone
Yeah.
has it on their calendar.
Yeah, I was
Just
gonna,
be like reserving this date and then we
Yeah.
can figure out logistics together.
Holly, I'm gonna reach out to Holly and Marissa. They all watch out for my emails.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna try and make this happen. I'm
Period.
lagging, but I'm doing it. Watch out for my email. If you guys don't come, I'm gonna be really sad.
Okay, are you raising our hands for a reason? Because we have 10 minutes left and we still have like multiple things to get through on the agenda. Senator Ganesh?
Has pro staff expressed any interest of having execs at the meeting? Or has this conversation?
That's an interesting question.
As in me?
I definitely think
Oh, like Owens?
All of them.
why not?
Hey,
I don't
Owen, you
know.
wanna come eat with us?
For what?
He's busy.
My question is, has pro staff, like I reiterate, like has pro staff expressed interest in wanting execs here, or do they want to Senate for execs here?
I think they're open to it, to be honest.
Like for them, have you had this conversation?
I have not.
It's an abstention.
Let's-
Okay. Senator Iden?
Coffee, just make coffee donuts optional, 8 AM, everyone will go.
8
no-
a.m.?
8 a.m.
That-
8 a.m.
it's-
is wild.
It's, they're all in the office, what time are you in the office, Marissa, where's Marissa?
So I'm a little bit.
But like, I feel like a lot of people are, what, you
10
start at
a.m.
like 9?
10 a.m.
If you do it like, if you do it right
Let's
before
do
work,
10.
or unless you make an exception for when they're at work. I hold the floor.
I broke the floor.
I have a class at 9, so that's why I'm gonna do 10.
The
If I'm chairing the meeting, that's.
Okay, go ahead,
the
Senator
other thing I was
Iden.
gonna add about the legislation, I'm so victim of that, I do that all the time.
Yeah,
I know you do.
Let's just edit the standing policies, that's probably the easiest way to do it, make it so there has to
What
be.
if
one.
I'm just not gonna accept it anymore? Yeah, you say that.
You
Yes,
still have to do that.
I empower you.
No, and the thing is, I think it's so difficult to be chair because I love what each and every single one of y'all have to say every single time. So I'm not just like not gonna put it on the floor. But like, I do think that there is value in like letting things marinate.
Yeah,
Um,
the email chain today was like 5 things.
no, it
That should
literally,
be
it was
added.
like 10.
Yeah.
Okay, anyways,
I digress.
all right, thank you. Senator Brennerson?
Yeah, after it.
That's because we don't have time for people to continue playing. I would have wanted.
No, we're fighting. You have the floor.
Ooh, I like to be up here. All right, so I get, you guys call a survey.
I
And if
saw
you
it.
live in Isla Vista, I would really appreciate you fill out my survey. It's just about this new program that Nelson from Lobby Board touched on a little bit, but I'll expand it on a little bit. So currently, Ivy housing sucks, obviously, but the way of addressing this is a voluntary inspection form on the county website. So obviously that doesn't get filled out, students don't even know about it, it's a problem. But we have this new program that's built on this $3.7 million payout from UCSB for their failure to build housing. That went to the county's office, and last summer, they decided to start planning this project, and now it's being closer to completion. Like Nelson said, they're on the language drafting stage. So we're really just trying to get as much input from everyone as possible. I made sure to have a lot of blank spaces in there. I'd love for you to type me out a little paragraph if you'd like to, but you don't have to.
I just did all caps.
That's great. I appreciate that. But, yes, so, yeah, we'll get info and then, so our last meeting of this quarter, Supervisor Caps would like to come for questions and, to do a little presentation about this program, to answer any questions we have. But I would also recommend, I'm not probably want to ask for this question because I don't want to be, oh, I saw the response. Nice. Because I don't want to be antagonistic, but if someone wants to hear about maybe toilets or something about pressure on some other topics, I would recommend that. But yeah, also questions about this program would be really necessary. Yeah,
Thank you, bro.
yeah.
Anything
Got it.
else?
Please fill out the survey.
I just did all caps.
I appreciate it.
I feel like there's a lot to say there, but I'm really excited about this survey.
Yeah. read the paragraph.
Have you sent it entities wide, right?
Yes.
It says just, yeah, entities wide, period.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Who do we have left?
Can I ask a question?
Yes,
Yeah.
Senator Ganesh?
Sorry, so the response to the 2.7 million payout was not building more houses, but do this. Not that it's not.
Yeah, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, $3.7 million really isn't a drop in the bucket for the county. I think that's kind of the idea. And yeah, the thing is, they want to start on Oceanside and like, they were like, oh, maybe the funding will run out before we get out of Oceanside, so we're gonna have to find other funding sources. And I'm like, I don't know how you blow through $3.7 million that fast, but yeah, I think they're deciding to inspect, which is good, but
Golden toilet paper. Senator Iden?
I was just about that, like, I think starting on Oceanside is kind of stupid, like, just make it broad, whoever applies, because like, also like, people who live on Oceanside tend to be the people who have like, you know, your parents are, you know, paying for that, but like, every house is a shithole now in Vista, like, every single house, so like, just,
disagree.
yeah, make it broad is my opinion.
Dude, not all of them, cause like 6-7 is pretty cheap. Like 6-7.
Oh, yeah,
is like
Oceanside, yeah,
pretty
yeah.
cheap.
It depends, it varies.
Yeah, it also depends on like the nepotism of it, like I'm giving this house to blank person, my rent is blank, is pretty cheap. Okay, thank you so much. Yay. Does anyone else have anything to report today? No, right? All right, period. We're now on minutes and allocations. Senator Iden?
Motion to approve all minutes and allocations.
There's been a motion to approve all minutes
Oh,
and
wait,
allocations.
There's a one action item.
Oh, wait, no, we already approved minutes. and allocations.
Yeah.
Oh, and appointments.
Yeah, no, we can, oh, yeah, T, okay, so now we're moving into, actually, let's move into action items. The only one being the, GGC winter quarter retreat exception, can you just give us a quick rundown of what that means and what that is?
Oh, it's because, we wanted to do like a retreat this weekend. It's like a really quick decision, because that's the only time that every board, every member can do this, and also like there was like no FMD meeting on Monday, so we couldn't like present that, so just wanted to see like if everyone can just kind of like quickly approve it, so we can kind of book everything.
But what is the exception for?
Oh, for approve the GGC retreat.
Yeah, but is it for travel? Is it, what is it for?
It's for like the retreat, like the whole thing, like travel. Yeah.
Okay.
Not gonna be too much. Yeah. Not gonna be crazy.
Okay. Senator Ganesh?
Motion to approve, whatever.
The GGC winter quarter retreat exception.
That.
All right, there's been a motion to approve the GGC winter quarter retreat exception, Senator Butler. Seconded by Senator Butler, we are now in discussion, Senator Iden.
What's the fiscal amount on it?
I mean, it's coming out of the GGC budget. And they're allowed in a limited amount of exceptions.
Okay, I just kind of wanted to like see how much they're spending on it, for sure.
That's valid.
You can call me.
Do you know how much they're spending on it, Ella?
A couple thousand, but it's gonna be below like. Probably 3K. I don't know, because I'm the liaison. I don't.
Okay, period. All right, we're still in discussion, Senator Iden.
Question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. All right, now, we didn't get to address old business, which I'm really sad
Oh,
about.
crud.
But can someone motion to table that for next week? Senator Ganesh?
Motion to bundle and table. Is there only one thing?
There's only one.
It's only one thing. A bill to create mental health.
Motion to table.
first-
Oh, shoot, it's
That.
that one.
Can I do it for?
Yeah, Senator Butler?
Motion to table a bill to create a, motion to table a bill to create a mental health first aid subcommittee under committee Coswell
All right.
for 1 week.
There's been a motion to table a bill to create a mental health, a first aid subcommittee under Cosweb Legal Code for 1 week. Do we have a second? Senator Mahis? Seconded by Senator Mahis. We are now discussion. Senator Wang? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, that is now tabled. Motion passes. Now we are moving into appointments. Senator Butler?
Motion to bundle and approve all resignations, appointments and removals.
All right, there's been a motion to bundle and approve all appointments, resignations, and removals. Do we have a second? Senator Martinez?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Martinez. We are now discussion. Senator Waidula? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
All right. Moving on, motion passes. We're now moving into acceptance of the agenda. Senator Iden?
Motion to accept the agenda.
There's been a motion to accept the agenda. Do we have a second? Senator Wang?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Wang. We are now discussion. Senator Mead?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing none, motion passes. We are now moving into adjournment. All right, adjournment. Senator Mahis?
Wait, can I give my executive report?
Oh, yeah.
We have 2 minutes.
Can I just quickly just do the thing?
Let's go.
Or is it just?
Let's go. Let's see how fast you can talk.
Yeah.
Style.
Speed run.
1 minute. Wait, you don't have that.
All right, go ahead.
February 26th, Know Your Rights Workshop, 3 to 4, free tacos. February 27th, Utopia Town Hall, 5 p.m. Also free Maria's Tacos, Cannabis Town Hall. Open Police Accountability Board meeting March 5th, donating 100 kits for those affected by fires. There's gonna be a sobriety center on Utopia. I'm working with IVCSD on UCI was planning to get EMTs, working on location logistics with everything. We went over that before. Sexual Assault Awareness Month, SAM events, working with CESA to get those events sorted out. It's gonna be like 3 different events, one of them for Denim Day, one of them like involving like awareness about like, talking like drink spiking issues. One of their main policies is like raise the bar that they're advocating for, and like getting like testing kits to different bars. IVT and I are working on bulk kit distribution. That's gonna be part of a spring cleaning event that happens in the spring quarter, big surprise. Hundreds of bulk kits will be distributed at that event. Working with Attorney General's office now actually on other Utopia issues as well. Part grand reopening probably takes place in the spring. We got new computers, yay.
Yay.
Hopefully that vending machine gets set up too. Cliff Safety Memorial working on that. Ivy Safe, we already kind of went over that already. That's everything. Oh, and SCI screen cuts.
Senator Iden?
Motion to adjourn the meeting at. Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
Senator Ganesh?
Can you repeat the Utopia Town Hall date?
27th at 5 p.m.
27th at 5.
Thanks, bye.
Yay.
All right, Senator Iden?
Motion to adjourn the meeting at 11 p.m.
There's been a motion to adjourn at 11 p.m. Do we have a second? Senator Chaudhary? Seconded by Senator Chaudhary. We're now discussing. Senator Mead? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Good time.